Page 1. United States District Court, Southern District of New York. United States of America. The 23 cr-118 at Miles GUO, Defendant. Voir dire. New York, New York, May 22, 2024, 10:45 a.m. Before. Hon. Annalisa Torres, District Judge. Appearances. Damian Williams, United States Attorney for the Southern District of New York. By Micah F. Ferguson. Ryan B. Finkel, Justin Horton, Juliana and Murray, Assistant United States Attorneys. Sabrina P. Schrofa, Attorney for Defendant. Pryor Cashman LLP, Attorneys for Defendant. By Siddhartha Kamraja Matthew Barkin. Alston and Bird LLP, Attorneys for Defendant. By E. Scott Skerrick. Page 2. Also present. Isabel Loftus, Paralegal Specialist, USAO. Michael Gartland, Paralegal Specialist, USAO. Jeffrey Mearns, Paralegal Specialist, USAO. Robert Stout, Special Agent, FBI. Ruben Montilla, Defense Paralegal. Toa Huang, Interpreter, Mandarin. Shifeng, Interpreter, Mandarin. Victor Chong, Interpreter, Mandarin. Page 3. Jury venire sworn. The law clerk. During the course of jury selection, you will only be referred to by your juror number. At no point will your name be used. And so right now, I will be calling you one by one so that one of the judge's law clerks can confirm your identity and show you to your proper seat for jury selection. Juror 1, please come forward. Those who are in 1 to 10, please get up and get ready to be called so that way we can move quickly. Juror 2, please come forward. Juror 3, please come forward. Juror 4, please come forward. Juror 5, please come forward. Jurors 11 to 20, get ready. Juror 6, please come forward. Juror 7, please come forward. Juror 8, please come forward. Juror 9, please come forward. Juror 10, please come forward. Juror 11, please come forward. Juror 12, please come forward. Juror 13, please come forward. Juror 14, please come forward. Page 4. Jurors 21 to 30, please get ready, and if you can, please assemble yourselves in order in the back. Juror 15, please come forward. Juror 16, please come forward. Juror 17, please come forward. Juror 18, please come forward. Jurors who are in the front row there, please stand in the back. Everyone in the, thank you. Juror 19, please come forward. Juror 20, please come forward. Juror 21, please come forward. Juror 22, please come forward. Juror 23, please come forward. Juror 24, please come forward. Juror 25, please come forward. Jurors 31 to 40, please go to the back and organize yourselves in order. Juror 26, please come forward. Juror 27, please come forward. Juror 28, please come forward. Juror 29, please come forward. Juror 30, please come forward. Juror 31, please come forward. Juror 32, please come forward. Juror 33, please come forward. Juror 34, please come forward. Page 5. Juror 35, please come forward. Jurors 41 to 50, please organize yourselves in the back. Juror 35, please come forward. Juror 36, please come forward. Juror 37, please come forward. Juror 38, please come forward. Juror 39, please come forward. Juror 40, please come forward. Juror 41, please come forward. Juror 42, please come forward. Juror 43, please come forward. Juror 44, please come forward. Juror 45, please come forward. Jurors 51 to 60, please organize yourselves in the back of the room. Juror 46, please come forward. Juror 47, please come forward. Juror 48, please come forward. Juror 49, please come forward. Juror 50, please come forward. Juror 51, please come forward. Juror 52, please come forward. Juror 53, please come forward. Juror 54, please come forward. Juror 55, please come forward. Page 6. Juror 56, please come forward. Juror 57, please come forward. Juror 58, please come forward. Will jurors 61 to 70 organize themselves in the back of the room? Juror 59, please come forward. Juror 60, please come forward. Juror 61, please come forward. Juror 62, please come forward. Juror 63, please come forward. Juror 64, please come forward. Juror 65, please come forward. Will jurors 71 to 85 or 71 to 80 please organize yourselves in the back of the room? Juror 65, please come forward. Juror 66, please come forward. Juror 67, please come forward. Juror 68, please come forward. Juror 69, please come forward. Juror 70, please come forward. Juror 71, please come forward. Juror 72, please come forward. Juror 73, please come forward. Juror 74, please come forward. Juror 75, please come forward. Page 7. Juror 76, please come forward. Juror 77, please come forward. Juror 78, please come forward. Juror 79, please come forward. Juror 80, please come forward. Juror 81, please come forward. Juror 82, please come forward. Juror 83, please come forward. Juror 84, please come forward. Juror 85, please come forward. Juror 86, please come forward. Juror 87, please come forward. Juror 88, please come forward. Juror 89, please come forward. Juror 90, please come forward. Juror 91, please come forward. Juror 92, please come forward. Juror 93, please come forward. Juror 94, please come forward. Juror 95, please come forward. Juror 95 should be in the row to my right. Juror 96, please come forward. Juror 97, please come forward. Juror 98, please come forward. Juror 99, please come forward. Page 8. Juror 100, please come forward. Would the court like me to double-check, confirming everyone is in their proper seat? The court, no. I think that your colleagues have done a fantastic job of that. The law clerk, thank you, Your Honor. The court, good morning. The jurors, good morning. The court, my name is Annalisa Torres. I am the judge who will be handling this case. We're here this morning to select a jury in a criminal case. The case is called United States v. Miles GUO. Through this process, we will choose the 12 jurors and 6 alternates who will hear and decide the case. The trial is expected to last about 7 weeks, but it is impossible to predict the exact length of the trial with certainty. Today, you'll be required to be here until 5 p.m. We will be taking a lunch break. If we do not finish selecting a jury today, you'll be required to be here tomorrow from 9 a.m. sharp to 5 p.m. After jury selection, our schedule will be as follows. Please listen carefully. When jury selection is completed, our schedule will be as follows. You'll be required to be in the courtroom from 9:30 until 2:45 p.m., with a break from 11:30 to 12 p.m. Page 9. This jury selection process is intended to make sure that we have a jury of citizens who will decide the issues in this case fairly and impartially, and without any bias or prejudice in favor of or against either side. In order to do that, I'm going to ask certain questions about your personal background, your family, some of your beliefs and attitudes about certain matters, how you are employed, and so forth. You should understand that my questioning is not intended to pry into your lives, but to make sure that we select fair and impartial jurors, that is, jurors who will be free from preconceived notions or prejudice that might prevent them from returning a fair and just verdict, based solely on the evidence or the lack of evidence. If for any reason you're not able to serve as a fair and impartial juror, it is your duty to tell me. In responding to my questions, it is important that you not say in open court anything about the parties in this case or about any other matter that might tend to impair the open-mindedness and fairness of the other jurors. If a question calls for a yes answer, simply answer yes or no. If there are further matters that you believe should be disclosed but that might tend to influence the other jurors, you may ask to approach the bench to discuss them. If you're selected to serve, you'll be provided light refreshments in the morning and a light snack during the lunch break each day. Page 10. As I said, this is a criminal case. The defendant, Miles GUO, has been charged with committing 12 federal crimes in a document called an indictment. The indictment itself is not evidence. It simply contains the charges that the government is required to prove to the satisfaction of the jury beyond a reasonable doubt. I will instruct the jury on what this burden of proof means after the evidence is presented. The defendant has denied the charges and has pleaded not guilty. I have no knowledge of the facts, and nothing that I say is evidence. I will, however, briefly discuss the charges so that you'll understand the reason for certain questions that will be put to you, and so that we can determine whether there is anything about the charges that would make it impossible for you to serve as a fair and impartial juror. Of course, those of you selected to sit on this jury will receive a detailed explanation of the charges at the conclusion of the case. Before I start asking questions, I will explain why each of you has been assigned a number and will be called by your number only. This case will be tried before a partially anonymous jury. That means that neither your names nor the names of the jurors who ultimately are selected will be made public. Court administrators, the defendant, defense counsel, the prosecution, and my law clerks will know your names, but this information will not be shared with the public. Page 11. Jurors who are ultimately selected can share their names with each other, but in open court no juror will ever be referenced by their name. This case has attracted media attention, and that is likely to continue. The purpose of using a partially anonymous jury is to protect all of you from any unwanted attention and invasion of your privacy, and to ensure that nothing transpires that might interfere with your impartial and objective study of the evidence and the application of the law. I'm now going to tell you briefly about the charges in this case. The indictment consists of 12 charges, or counts. The government alleges that the defendant operated for fraudulent investment schemes as part of a criminal enterprise. The term criminal enterprise is also referred to as a racketeering or RICO enterprise. Count 1 charges the defendant with conspiracy to operate a criminal enterprise. Counts 2, 3, and 4 charge the defendant with conspiracy to commit wire fraud, bank fraud, securities fraud, and money laundering offenses. Counts 5 and 6 charge the defendant with securities fraud and wire fraud in connection with a private stock offering for a media company known as GTV. Counts 7 and 8 charge the defendant with wire fraud and securities fraud in connection with loans made to a group known as the Himalaya Farm Alliance. Page 12. Counts 9 and 10 charge the defendant with wire fraud and securities fraud in connection with a lifestyle membership company known as G-Clubs. Count 11 charges the defendant with wire fraud in connection with the Himalaya Exchange, which some have described as a cryptocurrency ecosystem. Finally, Count 12 charges the defendant with making a $100 million wire transfer using money derived from a crime. The defendant has pleaded not guilty and is presumed innocent of these charges unless, and until he is proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt under rules that I will describe as we proceed. I have briefly discussed the charges, not for the purpose of giving you any instructions, but only so that you will have them in mind as we go through jury selection. I am now going to ask some questions to the entire group. If you prefer not to give your answer in public, just let me know, and the lawyers and I will hear you at the bench. If you have a yes answer to any of the questions, please raise your hand high so that I and my law clerks can see you. Then I will either discuss your yes answer with you in open court or ask you to come over to the sidebar and speak with me and the attorneys in private. It is important that each of you not discuss amongst yourselves any questions that I ask. Page 13. After we have reviewed a number of general questions together as a group, then I will ask each of you about your individual backgrounds. During the questioning, you might be excused from serving as a juror in this case. If you happen to be one of those excused, do not consider that as any reflection on you personally. This is all part of our system of justice, which is intended to provide a fair and impartial jury for both sides. You will have done your duty by your presence and your readiness to serve if chosen. Do any of you have a problem with your hearing or vision that would prevent you serving as a juror? Are any of you taking any medications, or do you have any health-related problems that would prevent you from serving as a juror? All right then. If you'll step up, please. At the sidebar, juror present. The court. Hi, sir. What is your number? Juror, 25. The court, and if you'll tell me your name, please. Juror, XXXXXXXXXX. The court, and what is the issue? Juror, I get nervous, and there's no way I can do this. Page 14. The court, you feel that you could not serve as because of this health issue? Juror, no. I have a doctor's note here. The court, okay. Let me take a look at that. The letter is from Allied Healthcare Physicians, PLLC, signed by Effie Schillen. Underneath it says DNPFNP, and in parentheses, BC. I don't know what those letters stand for. Do you? Juror, I don't know, no. The court, okay. The letter is dated May 21st. It says, to whom it may concern, XXXXXXXXXX has been under the care of our office. He has a documented history of anxiety. Additionally, he has a history of panic attacks for which he has required medical treatment. Being chosen as a juror may exacerbate his underlying anxiety and cause significant distress. If you have any further questions or concerns, please contact our office. All right, sir. You may go back to your seat. I'm going to give you this letter. Juror not present. The court. Is there any objection to my excusing number 25? Mr. Finkel, not from the government. Mr. Cumraju, not from us. Page 15. The court, all right. Then he is excused. Next juror present. The court, hello, ma'am. What is your number? Juror, 37. The court, could you tell me your name, please? Juror, XXXXXXXXX. The court, what is the problem? Juror, I feel like I have anxiety, started having social anxiety when I was in high school. And I'm not seeing a doctor right now because I don't have health insurance, and I'm just afraid that with the media attention, I feel really paranoid and really, I'm sorry. The court, all right. So you feel that this is not the right moment for you to serve as a juror because of your health issues, is that right? Juror, yes. I'm sorry. The court, all right. Thank you. You can step back. Juror, okay. Juror not present. The court, is there any objection to my excusing number 37? Mr. Finkel, not from the government. Mr. Cumraju, not from the defense, Your Honor. The court, okay. Next juror present. Page 16. The court, hello there. What is your number? Juror, 36. The court, and what is your name? Juror, XXXXXXXXX. The court, and what is the problem? Juror, I'm a substitute teacher in Yonkers. So the students hit me in the back 2 weeks ago. So I'm in treatment right now with medicine, and there are times I can't drive, so I don't know if I have half an hour or an hour to. The court, so you're telling me that the medication is too sedating in order for you to serve as a juror. Is that correct? Juror, that's correct. The court, all right then. You can step back. Juror, thank you. Juror not present. The court, Is there any objection to my excusing juror number 36? Mr. Cumraju, not from the defense. Mr. Finkel, nor the government. The court, all righty. Next juror present. The court, hello. What is your number? Juror, 50. The court, and what is your name, please? Page 17. Juror, XXXXXXXXXX. The court, I'm sorry. I did not hear you. Juror, XXXXXXXXXX. The court, what is the problem? Juror, so I have a herniated disc on the right side, sciatica. So I'm constantly in immense pain. So it's a challenge for me to sit or even stand for any period of time. So it would be challenging for me to sit for. The court, so you feel that the pain would distract you from the trial? Juror, so whenever I'm in pain, it's hard for me to focus because not only do I experience pain, I have tingling, numbness, weakness in my right side. Right now I'm in physical therapy, I'm on pain medication, but even with the pain medication, it's challenging for me. So that's why I say, the court, thank you for letting me know. You may step back. Juror not present. The court, any objection to my excusing number 50? Mr. Cumraju, not from the defense. Mr. Finkel, nor the government. The court, okay. Next juror present. The court, hello. What is your number? Juror, 91. Page 18. The court, okay. If you can just step back just a little bit so everybody can hear you. And what is your name? Juror, XXXXXXXXX. The court, and what is the problem? Juror, yes, I have rheumatism, arthritis, so there are days where I can't get up out of bed or move at all. Also, I have blood pressure where I have to take the medicine every day, and I'm constantly going to the bathroom about every 5 or 10 minutes or so. So I didn't take anything today 'cause I knew I was coming down here, so sometimes I get lightheaded and stuff like that, so. The court, so you feel that the conditions will distract you from your service as a juror, is that correct? Juror, yes. The court, all righty. You may step back. Juror, all right. Thank you. Juror not present. The court, was that 90? Mr. Cumraju, 91. Ms. Shrofa, 91. The court, any objection to my excusing 91? Mr. Cumraju, not from the defense, Your Honor. Mr. Finkel, nor the government. Next juror present. Page 19. Juror, hi. I'm sorry. I'm breastfeeding and... The court, one moment, please. What is your number? Juror, 92. The court, and what is your name? Juror, XXXXXXXXX. I lost my voice. The court, and you're saying that you're now breastfeeding and this is not the moment for you to sit in a jury box. Is that correct? Juror, yes. The court, you would need breaks in order to. Juror, yes. The court, pump. Juror, correct. The court, okay. All righty. You may step back. Juror, okay. Thank you. Juror not present. The court, is there any objection to my excusing her? Mr. Cumraju, not from the defense, Your Honor. Mr. Finkel, nor the government. The court, all right. Number 92 is excused. Next juror present. The court, hi there. If you would tell me your number. Juror, 97. The court, and your name. Page 20. Juror, XXXXXXXXX. The court, and what is the problem? Juror, so my daughter is having surgery tomorrow, and so I didn't know when I should have excused myself from jury duty, but I thought it was like state court, where you go in 3 days and then you're done. But I can't be here tomorrow, or next week. The court, or next week. Juror, yes. The court, you want to take care of your daughter. Is that it? Juror, yes. The court, all righty then. You may step back. Juror, okay. Juror not present. The court, any objection to my excusing number 97? Mr. cr-00118, not from the defense, Your Honor. Mr. Finkel, no, Your Honor. Next juror present. The court, hello. What is your number, please? Juror, 34. The court, and your name, please? Juror, XXXXXXXXXX. The court, and what is the problem? Page 21. Juror, I have 4 herniated discs. I have an Achilles operation, my knee operation, I can't. My body just can't sit here and just, I can't. The court, so you feel that these health problems would? Juror, yes. The court, prevent you from serving as a juror, is that it? Juror, yes, The court, all right. You may step back. Juror not present. The court, is there any objection to my excusing number 44? Mr. cr-00118, we do not object, Your Honor. Mr. Finkel, no, Your Honor. Next juror present. The court, hello. What is your number? Juror, 93. The court, and what is your name? Juror, XXXXXXXXX. The court, and what is your full name? Juror, XXXXXXXXX. The court, and what is the problem? Juror, I'm diabetic, so I take medication, but it sometimes makes me nervous, and I cannot sit for a long period of time with an empty stomach. Page 22. The court, so are you saying that the nervousness would make you feel very uncomfortable serving as a juror? Juror, not all the time, but sometimes, yeah. It make me not. I have to take a rest. The court, yeah. And you're saying that you need to take breaks in order to eat. Is that it? Juror, yes, sometimes, yes. The court, okay. You may step back. Juror not present. The court, is there any objection to my excusing number 93? Mr. cr-00118, not from the defense, Your Honor. Mr. Finkel, no, Your Honor. Continued on next page. Page 23. At sidebar. Juror present. The court, hi. What is your number? Juror, 52. The court, and your name? Juror, XXXXXXXXX. The court, and what is the problem? Juror, the only scenario I want to disclose, I'm currently wearing a heart monitor for palpitations, irregular heartbeat. I'm supposed to be wearing this for the next 2 weeks, and then consulting with my physician after that. I only mention that since it may be 7 weeks, I don't know if I'm going to be seen prior to. The court, so you're wearing some sort of device right now? Juror, correct. Heart monitor. The court, and then is it that you have to go back to the doctor in order to get the results from? Juror, correct. And then from there, decide the course of action, whatever that may be. The court, well, did they discuss with you what that might be? Juror, not yet. Not until we know what the results are. Page 24. The court, in other words, did they mention it's likely you may have to take medication or you have to have surgery? Juror, medication possibly. They mentioned medication possibly. The court, but they didn't talk about surgery. Juror, not surgery, not that I'm aware of at this point in time, no. The court, so do you feel that wearing the monitor is going to prevent you from serving as a juror? Juror, no. Just the 7 weeks, in case they need to do any course of actions prior to. The court, well, you've just said that they've only discussed medication. Juror, correct. The court, and many of us take medication on a daily basis. Juror, right. The court, did they tell you that the medication was going to somehow impair your? Juror, no. The court, cognition? Juror, no. Not at this point, no. Not that I'm aware of any of that. I just figured I'll disclose it so you're aware of it. Page 25. The court, all right then. You may step back. Juror not present. The court, I don't think that he should be dismissed for cause. Mr. Finkel, government agrees. Mr. Cumraju, we agree, Your Honor. The court, okay. Juror present. The court, sir, what is your number? Juror, 87. The court, 87. And what is your name? Juror, XXXXXXXXXX. The court, and what is the problem, Mr. Tejada? Juror, I have a prostate problem. I'm going to be interrupting you probably every few minutes. So I have an appointment for today at 3:30 that I lose because I have to come here. But I just want to let you know. It's in your consideration. If you wanted me to stay, I don't know. The court, are you saying that you have to use the bathroom frequently? Juror, frequently. The court, like how frequently? Juror, like, I don't know, probably every 10 to 15 minutes, something like that, you know. The court, okay. Page 26. Juror, so I have a surgery already in my prostate, so I cannot contain. You know, like sometimes I have to, you know, but I just want to let you know. Up to you. The court, all right then, sir. You may step back. Juror, thank you. Juror not present. The court, is there any objection with my excusing him from service? Mr. Cumraju, no. Ms. Murray, 87. Not from the government, Your Honor. The court, all righty. Juror present. The court, hello. What is your number? Juror, 30. The court, and your name? Juror, XXXXXXXXX. The court, and what is the problem? Juror, my doctor has me in physical therapy twice a week for complications after multiple orthopedic surgeries. So 7 weeks of not having that for pain management would mean medications, and I'd rather not be on medication. The court, are you saying that in order to serve as a juror you would have to forego the medication? Juror, no, I'm not on medication. Physical therapy. The court, it's only physical therapy that you're receiving, but you need to receive it several times a week. Is that it? Page 27. Juror, twice a week. The court, okay. Juror, so like missing a week or two is one thing, but 7 weeks would be just. For pain management, I'd have to go on some medications. The court, are you saying that would be the alternative? Medication would be the alternative? Juror, I would have to go on multiple medications to manage the symptoms. The court, and would that interfere with your ability to serve as a juror? Juror, I would probably be out of it with the pain management ones because the last time I was on them, I wasn't fully there. The court, all righty. You may step back. Juror not present. The court, any objection to my excusing number 30? Mr. Cumraju, not from the defense, Your Honor. Mr. Finkel, defer to the court, Your Honor. The court, okay. Juror present. The court, hello. Juror, how are you? Page 28. The court, fine. And you? Juror, good. The court, what is your number? Juror, 35. The court, and your name? Juror, XXXXXXXXX. The court, okay then. And what is the problem? Juror, twofold. I'm supposed to start therapy on my right knee right after Memorial Day. And then I have cataract surgery planned for mid-June. The court, okay. Well, good luck with all of that. Would you tell me your number one more time? Juror, sure. 35. The court, okay. All righty. So you may step back. Juror, thank you, Judge. Juror not present. The court, is there any objection to my excusing number 35? Mr. Finkel, no, Your Honor. Mr. Cumraju, not from us, Your Honor. Juror present. The court, hi there. Your number? Juror, 83. The court, and what is your name? Juror, XXXXXXXXX. F, as in Frank. Page 29. The court, and what is the problem? Juror, I have Parkinson's disease. And I didn't find an excuse for it because I think I can serve. It just seemed that I need to take medication every 3 or 4 hours, and I thought you should know. The court: So, would the medication interfere with your ability to focus and stay alert? Juror: No. The court: So, it's just a question of your having a break to take the medication? Juror: Yes, and possibly some abnormal movement at times. I'm well medicated. I'm not a severe case. I thought about would I get sleepy. I don't think so. So, I'm not baiting to be excused. It would be your decision. The court: All right. Thank you. You may step back. Juror not present. The court: So I see no reason to excuse number 83. Mr. Finkel: We agree. Mr. cr-00118: We agree, Your Honor. Juror present. The court: Hello. What is your number? Juror: 59. The court: And what is your name? Juror: XXXXXXXXXX. The court: And what is the problem? Page 30. Juror: I just suffer from anxiety. Going to a therapist once a month and I take medication twice a day. So just the thought of, I don't know. I just get anxious, so. The court: So are you saying that serving as a juror is going to make your condition worse? Juror: Correct. Correct. I also traveled extensively for my job, so 2 months is like, I can't even imagine that. It would just impact me financially. The court: So it would be a financial hardship? Juror: Absolutely. The court: All righty, sir. You may step back. Juror: Thank you. Juror not present. The court: Any objection to my excusing number 59? Ms. Schrofa: No, Your Honor. Mr. Finkel: We defer, Your Honor. Mr. cr-00118: No, Your Honor. The court: All right. Go ahead. Is that it? All right. We'll go back. In open court. The court: Do any of you have any trouble understanding or reading English? All righty. If you would come up, please. Counsel. Page 31. At sidebar. Juror present. The court: Hello. What is your number? Juror: 20. The court: 20. And what is your name? Juror: XXXXXXXXX. The court: And what is the problem? Juror: I can speak, but I don't understand everything and writing. So I don't want to be a judgment in something that I don't understand everything. The court: Have you understood everything that I've been saying? Juror: Yeah. Not everything, but I get it. The court: You're saying you've understood most of what I said. Juror: Yeah. I can defend myself speaking, not writing or understanding. I want to be honest. The court: Thank you. Juror: You know? The court: You can step back. Juror: Thank you. Juror not present. The court: Any objection to my excusing number 20? Ms. Schrofa: No, Your Honor. Mr. Finkel: No, Your Honor. The court: Okay. Page 32. In open court. The court: If a witness testifies in another language that you know, and an interpreter translates the testimony, would any of you not be able to rely exclusively on the interpreter's translation of the testimony? Step up, please. At sidebar. Juror present. The court: Would you come closer? Juror: Yes, Your Honor. The court: And what is your number? Juror: 19. The court: And do you speak another language? Juror: I speak a few, yeah. The court: And what languages are those? Juror: Russian, Dutch, German, Afrikaans, and Hebrew. The court: All righty. So my question was whether if someone is a witness and speaking one of these languages that you know, other than English, and an interpreter is interpreting, could you rely exclusively on the interpretation given by the interpreter? Juror: I probably could, but I'm not likely to do that. Because especially when it comes to technical terms that I understand, perhaps that have not been interpreted correctly, I think I'll attribute certain importance to my understanding of the direct testimony that I heard. Page 33. The court: So you're saying you would favor your own understanding? Juror, absolutely. I'm not going to disregard it. But to the extent it's not interpreted in a way that makes sense in my understanding, I'll just interpret it in context, irrespective of the technical interpretation, especially when it comes to securities fraud. The court. So suppose I told you that you must accept the interpretation offered by the interpreter. Would you be able to follow that instruction? Juror, 100%. The court. So you would be able to put aside your understanding of the language? Juror, yes. The court. Do you speak Mandarin? Juror, I do not. The court, okay. If you would step back, please. Juror not present. The court. So, I think he was rehabilitated. Is there any objection that is remaining? Mr. Finkel. No, Your Honor. Ms. Schrofa. Not from us. The court. All right then. Page 34. Juror present. The court. Hello, sir. What is your number? Juror. 80. The court. Number 80? Juror. Yes. The court. Okay. One moment, please. And if you would tell me your name. Juror. XXXXXXXXXX. The court. Do you speak another language? Juror. I'm Italian. The court. And do you know any language in addition to Italian? Juror. Italian, English, and a little bit of Spanish. The court. So, if a person testifies at the trial through an interpreter, would you be able to follow the interpreter's translation exclusively? Juror. There are a lot of euphemisms in Italian that can't really be translated, so it would be difficult for me to disregard my knowledge of the language and culture when someone. Things like that. The court. So, if I told you that I don't expect any Italian-speaking witnesses. Juror. Then it should be fine. The court. And if there are no, let's talk about Spanish. Do you feel the same way about Spanish as you do about Italian? Page 35. Juror. I'm definitely less knowledgeable, but I do know certain phrases that are not really translatable, and it's more about cultural significance to them. The court. So, if someone were to testify in Spanish, and let's say that you didn't agree with the translation offered by the interpreter, would you be able to follow? Juror. It would be difficult, but I could try. The court. Okay. Are there any other languages that you know? Juror. That's it. The court. Do you know Mandarin? Juror. No. The court. All right. You may step back. Juror not present. The court. Is there any objection to his remaining? Mr. Finkel, Your Honor, as long as he can follow the court's instructions to listen to the interpreter and not the witnesses, there's no objection from the government. The court. We're not expecting any Italians or Spanish-speaking people. Ms. Murray. We do have Italian and Spanish-speaking witnesses, but they are expected to testify in English. There's just a standby interpreter, particularly for the Spanish-speaking witnesses, in case they need help with technical terms. Page 36. The court. So, is there any objection to his remaining? Mr. Finkel. No. Ms. Schrofa. Your Honor, could we just have 1 second? The court. Yes. Counsel conferred. Ms. Schrofa. Thank you, Your Honor. We have no objection. The court. Any other languages that you expect? Mr. Cumraju. Not from us, Your Honor. The court. His number was? Ms. Schrofa. 80. The court. Okay. So he'll remain. Very good. Oh, we have one other? The law clerk. 2 more. The court. 2 others? Juror present. The court. Sir, what is your number? Juror, 95. The court. And I had asked, and your name, by the way. Juror, XXXXXXXXXX. The court. And I had asked whether anybody knows another language, and if they do and a witness testifies through an interpreter, if they could follow the interpreter's translation exclusively. Page 37. Juror. If the defendant or whoever is speaking different language, in my specific case would be Korean, then I would be understanding that language as well, whatever is speaking. Then I will be naturally considering that as I understand the language. The court, other than Korean, is there any other language that you know? Juror, no, I don't. The court, obviously English. Juror, yes, English, of course. The court, assuming that it's not Korean, you would be able to follow my instruction that you must rely on the interpreter's translation. Is that correct? Juror, yes, that's right. The court, all righty. Thank you. You may step back. Juror not present. The court, no Korean language speakers, right? Mr. cr-00118, not that we're aware of. The court, no reason to excuse him. The law clerk, we have one more after this. The court, after this one. 2. Page 38. Juror present. The court, hi there. What is your number? Juror, 56. The court, and what is your name? Juror, XXXXXXXXXX. The court, and I had asked whether if someone testifies in another language other than English, and if you happen to know that language, would you be able to rely exclusively on the translation that is offered by the interpreter? Juror, I'm trying to understand the question. That's why I stood in line. So somebody talks in language that I understand, but there's a translator. Will I be able to rely on the translator or on the person who testifies in the language that I know? The court, so if I instruct you that you must rely on the interpreter, despite the fact that you know the language. Juror, I see. The court, would you be able to do that? Juror, yes. The court, okay. And what languages other than English do you know? Juror, Russian. The court, okay. So you don't know Spanish? Juror, no. Page 39. The court, not Italian? Juror, no. The court, not Mandarin? Juror, no. The court, all right. You may step back. Juror not present. The court, I see no reason to excuse her. Mr. Finkel, the government agrees. The court, okay. Juror present. The court, hello there. What number are you? Okay. 53. And what is your name? Juror, XXXXXXXXXX. The court, and your last name? Juror, XXXXXXXXXX. The court, do you know any languages other than English? Juror, yes. Czech, Slovak, Polish, Russian, German little bit Spanish. The court, so if someone testifies in Spanish through an interpreter, would you be able to rely on the translation offered by the interpreter instead of your own knowledge of Spanish? Juror, my main concern is I work with interpreters, and I'm really concerned that using the interpreters, I know how the nuances are often lost. Page 40. And when I use the interpreter and someone else uses, asking similar questions, the nuances are sometimes different. And the answers of the person that you're talking with might be different. And I use the interpreter on a daily basis. So I kind of have the experience that asking questions with the interpreter, somebody else asks similar questions and get different answers. Because sometimes the nuances are lost. The court, so are you saying that you do not have faith? Juror, well, for basics, yes, but for details, no. The court, and so if you were a juror and the interpreter was interpreting in a language that you do not know, then would you? Juror, well, I don't know, because I would not be able to totally rely on that. Because I know that sometimes things could be missed with this. The court, okay. And you're number 53. Is that correct? Juror, 53. The court, all right. You may step back. Juror, thank you. Juror not present. The court, any objection to my excusing her? Mr. Finkel, no, Your Honor. Page 41. Ms. Schrofa, no, Your Honor. Thank you. The law clerk, that's it, Judge. The court, that's it? Okay, let's go back. In open court. The The trial in this case is estimated to last about 7 weeks, that is, approximately until July 12th of this year. We will not be in session on federal holidays, nor will court be in session on the following days: Monday, May 27th, Wednesday, June 19th, Friday, June 28th, Monday, July 1st, Thursday, July 4th, and Friday, July 5th. I'm just going to repeat those dates. We will not be in session on Monday, May 27th, Wednesday, June 19th, Friday, June 28th, Monday, July 1st, Thursday, July 4th, and Friday, July 5th. Keeping in mind your civic duty to serve as a juror, is there anything about the length of the trial that would make it an extreme hardship for you to serve as a juror? At sidebar. Juror present. The court. Sir, what is your number? Juror, number 1. The court. And your name? Juror, XXXXXXXXXX. The court. What's the problem? Page 42. Juror, I have a small business, and this would cause me a great deal of harm. I was explaining to the person up front when I came in that I was, even for a short trial, it would be detrimental to me. The court. You're saying it would be a financial hardship? Juror, I mean in every way, to my business, to financial. Yeah, I'm all but a one-man band. I have just one other person working with me, and I'm over my head. The court. All right then. You may step back. Juror not present. The court. Is there any objection to my excusing him? Ms. Schrofa. No, Your Honor. Mr. Finkel. No, Your Honor. Juror present. The court. Hi there. What is your number? Juror 7. The court. And what is your name? Juror XXXXXXXXX. The court. And what is the problem? Juror, I'm an HR director for the Department of Education. So right now, we just had the budget. And right now we're staffing. And I have to make sure that there's summer school and staffing for September. So a lot of my directors are calling me. I should have been in a meeting today. Page 43. I wasn't aware that I couldn't bring my computer because I didn't know. So I thought I was going to be able to do some work here. Apparently, I cannot use my computer. The court. What would happen, God forbid, if you were hit by a truck today? Juror, right. They would have somebody there to cover for me, you're right. The court. So there are other people who can perform your work? Juror, yeah. But, 7 weeks is a long time. And we just hired a new HRD who I was training, and she's the one that I was training for this role. She's new. I'm in District 1 and 2. She's in District 2. She just got there. And I was supporting her. And now I'm not there. So I told her to, make sure she can take some of my calls. And when I get back to the office, I'm going to, address some of the issues. The court. Is she the person who would fill in if you were completely unavailable? Juror, yeah. She just started. Yes, she's my cover right now. She's covering for me right now that I'm here. The court. Did you hire her? Juror, we hired her. Yes, the committee. The court. So everyone thought she was very competent. Is that right? Page 44. Juror, yes, that's correct. The court, okay. So it could be that she could perform the job maybe with some difficulty? Juror, yeah. The court, all right. You can step back. Juror, thank you. Juror not present. The court, I don't see any reason to excuse number 7. Mr. Finkel, government agrees. Ms. Schrofa, Your Honor, I think that, she's not going to be. It's going to come back is that she clearly says this is the school period where the time slot is the most necessary for her presence. And I just think that given what she said, eventually we're going to have the same problem with her. Because unfortunately, it's the break. It's the school break these months, these weeks. So our position would be we should excuse her for cause. But that's our position. The court, okay. So I disagree. She said that she has someone who is new, but who would take over if she were completely unavailable. So I'm not going to excuse number 7. Juror present. The court, hello, sir. Would you tell me your number? Page 45. Juror, number 6. The court, and what is your name? Juror, XXXXXXXXXX. The court, and what is the problem? Juror, 7 weeks is a long time. I have a single-income household, and I work a lot of overtime to keep up with the bills. I also have my son's graduation, vacation plans. And the boys also play baseball, so a lot of tournaments. The court, so will you be paid if you serve as a juror? Is your salary going to continue? Juror, oh, yes, I'd be paid. But also I'm not working the overtime. That's always available to me. The court, so what portion of your income would you be losing? Juror, at least 30%. The court, and would that be a financial hardship for you and your family? Juror, yes. The court, all right. You can step back. Juror not present. The court, is there any objection to my excusing number 6? Mr. Cumraju, not from the defense. Mr. Finkel, we defer to your honor's judgment. Page 46. The court, all righty. Number 6 is excused. Juror present. The court, hello. What is your number? Juror, 9. The court, and what is your name? Juror, XXXXXXXXX. The court, what is the problem? Juror, well, I have an 8-year-old, and my husband and I watch him. We work hybrid schedules, and we're going to have a problem with daycare, and he's going to need to take off. And he might lose his job because we don't have someone to watch our son. The court, so you know that we're meeting only between 9:30 and 2:45? Juror, I understand that. The court, isn't that generally the time when your son would be in school or at camp? Juror, so I live in northern Westchester. It would take me an hour and a half to get there. There are days when he has off that are not holidays. The school is just closed. And he's heading into camp. And the camp hours are different. They end at 4. And I don't know if we'll be there to pick him up or if it's going to be challenging. The court, so you feel that the schedule, your son's schedule will not permit you to be here between 9:30 and 2:45. Is that it? Page 47. Juror, that's correct. The court, all righty. You may step back. Juror, thank you. Juror not present. The court, is there any objection to my excusing her? Miss Schrofa, no, Your Honor. Mr. Finkel, Your Honor, no. I just note that obviously everyone is going to have a problem sitting on the jury for a trial this long. And I defer to Your Honor's judgment about the amount of hardship with this particular juror. And more generally, that's the government's concern. The court, well, I'm asking you if you're objecting. Mr. Finkel, not objecting. The court, you're not objecting. What was that number again? Miss Schrofa, 9. The court, all right. Number 9 is excused. Let's go. Juror present. The court, hi there. What is your number? Juror, 13. The court, and your name? Juror, XXXXXXXXX. The court, and what is the problem? Page 48. Juror, I'm a maid of honor at a wedding out of town on June 27th. So if it can go until June 27th, that's great, just after July. The court, so when would you have to leave then? Juror, the 27th. The court, you'd have to leave on the 27th. And when would you be returning? Juror, July 9th. The court, so that period between the 27th and the 9th. Juror, it's on the West Coast. The court, you must be away. Juror, yeah. The court, all right then. You may step back. Juror not present. Miss Schrofa, I think we should keep her. I need the break. The court, I think that won't work, so I'm going to excuse number 13. No objection, correct? Mr. Cumraju, not from us. Mr. Finkel, correct. Juror present. The court, hi. Your number? Juror, 12. The court, and what's the problem? Page 49. Juror, so I'm head of investor relations. I don't know the company. If I can, head of investor relations for the Middleby Corporation. And I have 4 investor events that are coming up that require me to be at, because we already had the meetings arranged to meet with investors. The hotels have been booked, and so that's within the next month. The court, so when are those meetings? Juror, I have one next Thursday. I have one June 6th, and the other one is, I think is right. No, June 10th, and there's one a week before that, so I think it's like June 3rd or so. The court, so what would happen if you were hit by a truck? Juror, well, I mean, the meetings would be canceled. But my fear is that if this doesn't happen, I could lose my job, honestly. The court, so are you saying that there's no one at your investment firm that could? Juror, it's not an investment firm, it's a company. So I'm head of investor relations, so I'm meeting with investors at these conferences. The court, so you're looking for them to make some sort of equity contribution, is that it? Juror, not necessarily, but maybe buy the stock. The court, buy the stock, okay. Page 50. Juror, right. The court, and so if you could not be there to cultivate those relationships, who would go in your stead? Juror, CFO maybe. The court, the CFO could go. Juror, maybe. The court, all right. Okay. All righty. You may step back, sir. Juror not present. The court, so I don't see any reason to excuse him. Mr. Finkel, government agrees. Miss Schrofa, Your Honor, the first answer he gave was if you couldn't go, what would happen? He said, I would have to cancel the meeting. The court, right. But then he just said the CFO can step in. Miss Schrofa, I understand that he said maybe the CFO could step in. And then he said it would be an immense financial hardship. The court, I didn't hear the financial hardship piece. Mr. Skirek, I thought he said, Your Honor, he would lose his job. Miss Schrofa, he said he would lose his job. I'm sorry. Page 51. The court, let's bring him back. What number was he, by the way? Mr. Finkel, 12. The law clerk, 12. Juror present. The court, sir, you said that you might lose your job. Why is that? Juror, I feel that because I feel if I don't go to these events, because I'm the one that arranged them, I have the meetings already arranged. Maybe someone could step in for me, but I would get a sense that they would feel that almost like a letdown in a way somewhat. The court, so you're saying, are these the higher-ups, people that are senior? Juror, yeah. The CEO, CFO, yeah. It would be, because it would put them in a bind as well. The court, and those meetings can't be rescheduled? Juror, no. Because the event is set and the meetings are set. And so they are not. It's an event that we don't arrange. That's arranged by a bank or banks. And these meetings are already set, so there's no way to move them. The court, okay. You can step back. Juror not present. The court, well, it sounds like he has less control over the process than I originally thought. Page 52. Mr. Finkel, Your Honor, appears to work for a company large enough to have a C-suite, including a chief financial officer and chief executive officer. The trial, as the court noted, will end every day at 2:45. Everyone is going to be putting their jobs to the side and fulfilling their civic duty and sitting on a jury in this case. They would be able to help and communicate with the people that he works with in the investment firm after a trial day. I don't believe that what he has said is reason to excuse him for cause at this time. Ms. Schrofa, Your Honor, he specifically said the meetings are out of town. He said his flight is booked and his hotels are booked. It's not one meeting, it's several meetings. Meetings don't occur after 3:45 on a workday. Meetings occur during the day. He specifically said he didn't arrange these meetings. These are conferences that were set up by banks and other people. And he's the person who has liaised with the people that are planning to be there for him. So I do not think this is an issue of civic duty of putting things aside. This is a person who has detailed why he's asking to be excused. I think that there is a genuine concern on his part that he's letting down the people that hired him. And for those reasons, we should not treat him any differently than any other people who have asked to. I wasn't finished. Page 53. The court, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Ms. Shrofa. No, he said he detailed. We didn't even ask him where he's supposed to travel to. So he has travel and hotels booked for himself. And he's the one who's the person who liaised with the client. The court. So he did say that the CFO would step in. I'm not going to excuse him. Anybody else? Juror present. The court. Juror number, please. Juror 18. The court. And what is the issue? I'm sorry, your name again. Juror XXXXXXXXXX. Mr. Finkel. Sorry, 18? Thank you. Juror. So I have travel plans. I am taking my grandmother home to Denmark on the 28th of June. The court. That's wonderful. Okay. All righty. Enjoy your grandmother. Juror. Thank you. Juror not present. The court. All right. Will excuse number 18. Juror present. The court. Hello, your number, please. Page 54. Juror 17. The court. And your name, please. Juror XXXXXXXXXX. The court. And what's the problem? Juror. Tomorrow I have a major job interview that I've been working towards for over a year with my company that I work for. I also have a funeral for my grandpa in June, and I'll be traveling for around 2 weeks. The court. So, is this a memorial service? Juror. Yes. The court. And so when is that? What day is that? Juror. It's from around June 15th to the end of June. The court. All right. But there's one service, isn't there? Juror. Yeah, but it's in Sweden, so I have to travel to Sweden. The court. I see. All righty. If you'll step back. Juror not present. Mr. cr-00118. Consecutive jurors who travel to Sweden? The court. Denmark. It's a Norwegian day, I guess. Mr. cr-00118. Are we going to have Norwegian speakers at the trial? Mr. Finkel. I don't think so. Page 55. The court. What number is he again? Ms. Shrofa. 17. The court. He's excused. Juror present. The court. Hi. What is your number? Juror. 25. The court. Okay. Go ahead. Juror. I own my own business with one other employee. So being away for 7 weeks would be quite a bit for me to be away from because it's only me and her. I also have prepaid travel plans already starting June 14th. The court. Okay. Juror. And my dad is also 82, and I have to take care of him as well. The court. All right. You can step back. Juror not present. The court. He's already excused. Juror present. The court. If you would just tell me your number, please. Juror. Sorry. Number 26. The court. Your name, please. Juror. My name is XXXXXXXXXX. So I was just recently diagnosed with skin cancer. So I had an operation about 9 days ago. I didn't think it was going to be a big deal, but there's no way I can sit through 7 weeks. Page 56. I have to go back and forth. So it's sitting through 7 weeks. I have follow-up appointments. I mean, it's skin cancer. They think they got most of it, but there's just no way I can sit through 7 weeks with a skin cancer diagnosis. The court. So, is it that you need to go to the doctor's appointments? Juror. Yeah, I have doctor's appointments, follow-ups. The court. Okay. So if you had these appointments in the afternoon, after we finish. Juror, psychologically, I was just recently. This is something that came out of nowhere. So a week ago Monday, I went and I had skin cancer, carcinoma. They removed a big gash here in my leg. So I'm still dealing with that. To be coming down here for 7 weeks on top of everything else, I just don't think I can handle that. The court, are you saying that you would be distracted by your medical condition? Juror, I would be distracted by my medical condition, yes. I'm still trying to get over it, but... The court, all right, sir. I hope you feel better. You may step back. Juror, thank you. Page 57. Juror not present. The court, all righty. Number? Ms. Schrofa, 26. The court, all right. He is excused, I assume without objection. Mr. Cumraju, none from us, Your Honor. Mr. Finkel, yes. The court, okay. Sorry about that. Juror present. The court, hello. What is your number? Juror, 24. The court, and what is the problem? Juror, I'm currently on a project that I'm overseeing that I need to bring to completion during this time for my job. I don't control the schedule of this project. In addition, I've been working on the project for over a year. If I don't see the project to completion, I don't get paid at all because I have a deferred salary. The court, and what is your name? Juror, XXXXXXXXXX. The court, what is the nature of the project? Juror, it's a film production. The court, and there's a deadline? Juror, yes. The court, and what's that deadline? Page 58. Juror, well, we have to picture lock the film by July 4th. Quickly then I move into the sound mix for the following 2 weeks. So between now and July 4th, I need to be involved on a daily basis on this project. I need to be present in screenings. I need to be present for the entire sound mix. It's not a possibility for me to change this. The court, what is your title? Juror, I am producer. The court, and is this a feature film? Juror, yes. The court, so if you got hit by a car, what would happen? Juror, they would replace me. I wouldn't get paid. I would be dead. They would replace me. The court, so you're saying that if you're not present, it would be a financial hardship. Juror, yes. I'd lose over $100,000 in deferred salary from this film if I don't. If I do not bring the film to completion. The court, your number again? Juror, 24. The court, okay. You may step back. Juror not present. The court, no objection to his being excused. Mr. Cumraju, no. Page 59. Mr. Finkel, no, Your Honor. The law clerk, Judge, 22 so far. The court, oh, okay. We're good. Mr. Cumraju, always an optimist, Your Honor. The court, that is right. That is right. Juror present. The court, hello. Your number, please. Juror, 38. The court, and your name? Juror, XXXXXXXXXX. The court, what's the last name? Juror, XXXXXXXXXX. The court, and what's the problem? Juror, so I'm graduating within the next 2 weeks. So I really would rather not miss my graduation. And after that, my parents will work full-time, and I'm one of the caretakers for my 10-year-old sister. And I need to be there too, pick her up from school and make sure that she's fed and such. The court, and so, what degree are you going to get? Juror, a bachelor's. The court, bachelor's. And when is the graduation? Juror, it's next week. And the ceremony is after to celebrate awards and such. The court, and are you saying that you care for your sister 100%? There's no other person that they can rely on? Page 60. Juror, there are other. I have another family member who can, but she's young. She's not. She's still younger. She's 19 years old. And I don't want that burden to be entirely on her. The court, So, what is the date of the graduation? Juror, May 28th. The court, May 28th. And then you say there's something else that you have to go to? Juror, that is optional. I can probably work around that. But mostly it's just making sure I make it to that and then just taking care of my sister. The court, so if you are able to go to the graduation on May 28th, then your commitments to the school would be satisfied. Is that correct? Juror, yes. The court, and then you say that there's someone else who can take care of your sister, although it's not preferable. Is that what you're telling me? Juror, yes. The court, all right then. You may step back. Juror, thank you. Juror not present. Page 61. The court, all right. Are we off on the 28th? Ms. Murray, no, that's next Tuesday. Ms. Schroff, I made the same mistake. I was all excited. The court, all right. So, what do you want to do? Ms. Schroff, you know, let her go to her awards ceremony. We're in good shape with numbers. Mr. Finkel, graduation is important. The court, all right then. 38, was it? All right. Number 38 is excused. Juror present. The court, hello. What is your number? Juror, 37. The court, okay. Juror, so basically, I'm door knocking for a political candidate. And the primary is on the 25th. And whether she wins or loses, I might be out of a job. And on top of that, if it's, 8 to 10 weeks for pay and the trial is 7 weeks, I'm not going to have any money coming in. And I won't be able to pay my credit card or pay for my cat's health, like the cat insurance. The court, so you're saying this would be a financial hardship for you? Juror, a really bad one. The court, all right. Page 62. Juror, there's one more thing I need to raise. The court, go ahead. Juror, I don't want to sound mean or anything, but when I heard that the defendant does crypto stuff, I'm kind of really opposed to any crypto stuff at all. I kind of think they are non-trustworthy. They run scams. I would be really biased. I don't think I can move past it at all. I've heard a lot about things that happen with these. I'm sorry. The court, no, that's all right. All right. I appreciate your candor. You can step back. Juror, thank you. Juror not present. The court, we've already excused her. Mr. Cumraju, we don't have an objection. Mr. Finkel, to excusing her again? Neither do we. Juror present. The court, hi. What is your number? 39? Juror, yeah. The court, okay. What is your name? Juror, my name is XXXXXXXXXX. The court, and what's the problem? Juror, I have a 10-year-old who I am solely responsible for getting to and from school every day. My spouse works overnights till 8 a.m. and sleeps during the day. Page 63. Once school ends, I'm his summer camp until August, when his actual summer camp starts. We don't have family in the area. A lot of people have family help. We don't have that. I live in northern Westchester. It took me 2 hours to get here. I'm all my kid has until August. Also, we have a family vacation planned the week of 4th of July on top of all that. The court, all righty. Juror, so that's it. The court, thank you for letting me know. Juror, and I'm a nervous wreck now not having my cell phone. I'm his emergency contact as well. The court, all right. I understand. You may step back. Juror, thank you. Juror not present. The court, number 39, is there any objection to my excusing number 39? Mr. Finkel, no, Your Honor. Mr. Cumraju, not from us, Your Honor. Juror present. The court, hi there. What is your number? Juror, 41. The court, what is the problem? Juror, well, I have an immediate scheduling issue. Page 64. I'm scheduled to fly out of New York to San Francisco for a conference on Tuesday afternoon. and I'm not planning to return from California until June 8th. The court. And what is your name? Juror. My name XXXXXXXXXX. The court. And why do you need to go to the conference? Juror. It's a caregiver conference and it's part of I'm the CEO of a small company and I was invited to attend the conference. The court. So is it something that you're required to do? Juror. I'm not required, but it would require a lot of moving around to change it. I also have a ticket, confirmed ticket, which is non-refundable, to leave the country on June 21st and not returning until July 1st. The court. And where are you going? Juror. To Ireland. The court. Okay. Juror. And then just the last thing is that I run a small company. I'm CEO. We have 6 employees. And so, I can be gone for a little bit, but to be out without any communication during the day, during working hours for that long would definitely be problematic. Page 65. The court. Okay. You may step back. Juror. Thank you. Juror not present. The court. Any objection to my excusing her? Mr. cr-00118. Not from us, Your Honor. Mr. Finkel. No, Your Honor. The court. Was that 41? Ms. Schroff. Yes. The court. All right then. Juror present. The court. Hi there. If you'll tell me your number, please. Juror. Yes. The court. 23. And your name? Juror. XXXXXXXXXX. The court. What is the problem? Juror. My father is in hospice. He's 97. I'm his only child and primary caretaker for him. I came because I thought I would probably have to serve for 2 weeks, but 7 weeks would not be possible. If something happens, I'm the only one. The court. I'm sorry to hear about your dad. All righty. Don't worry, you may step back. Juror not present. The court. She was? Page 66. Ms. Schroff. 23. The court. Okay. So she is excused without objection, correct? Mr. Finkel. Yes, Your Honor. Mr. cr-00118. Yes, Your Honor. Juror present. The court. Hello. If you'll tell me your number, please. Juror. 21. The court. And your name? Juror. XXXXXXXXXX. The court. And what is the problem? Juror. I'm going to be away next Thursday and Friday. And I work in a hospital in their IT department, so it would be hard for me to take off that much time. The court. And so, what hospital do you work at? Juror. Montefiore. The court. So that's a big hospital with many employees. And I imagine that you're not the only IT person there, am I correct? Juror. No. No. I mean yes, sorry, you're correct. The court. Okay. So, they would be able to find somebody to fill in for you. Is that correct? Juror. Yeah. I guess so. The court. And this going away that you talk about, is that something that is obligatory? Page 67. Juror. I mean yeah. I have my flights booked. It's for a bachelorette party. The court. Your flights are booked? Juror. Yeah. The court. Okay. All righty. You may step back. Juror not present. The court. Any objection to my excusing her? Mr. cr-00118. No, Your Honor. We're not going to ruin her bachelorette party. The court. All right. So she was 21. Okay. Juror present. Juror. Hello again, Your Honor. The court. Hi there. Your number again? Juror. 19. The court. And what's the issue? Juror. There are a few. So I'm going on holiday on Friday with my family. Then I'm going to Germany at the end of June through July the 2nd for a major international sports event. We bought the tickets, bought the plane ticket, reserved hotels. It's an expense of approximately $5,000. Certainly a 7-week absence from my job would be extremely detrimental to my employer due to the fact that they will need to quickly, through some sort of fire drill, delegate authority, because currently I'm authorized to do certain things. Page 68. And quite a few affiliates in the US and overseas that, other people are not authorized to do, and incur legal fees in terms of expenses to substitute for my presence there, that I would estimate it to be, for a 7-week period, something along the lines of 500, 600K. The court. What do you do? Juror. I'm a managing director and counsel at an investment bank. The court. So you're an attorney? Juror. Yes. The court. Well, an investment bank can certainly afford to find a substitute for you. Juror. I'm not saying that they couldn't. I'm just saying they could find a substitute, but my team consists of much more junior lawyers. And those lawyers are unable to provide the same type of review and produce the same type of documents without going to outside counsel. As I'm sure you know, Your Honor, outside counsel is quite expensive since we're talking about exalted products, derivatives, very structured. It would cost them quite a lot. So just to give you an idea, even if you need like a memorandum, a legal memorandum, and hopefully the lawyers here can attest to that, or just a summary, or even a due diligence questionnaire to produce in connection with a certain M&A transaction, merger and acquisition transaction, Your Honor, just that would cost like around 250, 300K. Page 69. The court. So you also mentioned that you have an event abroad. Is that correct? Juror. Yeah, it's the Europe 2024 event, Your Honor. The court. Did you buy your tickets already? Juror. I did. The court. All righty. You can step back. Juror. Thank you. Juror not present. The court. Number 19. Is there any objection to my excusing him? Mr. cr-00118. Not from us, Your Honor. Mr. Finkel. We don't object, Your Honor. Just to note, it's possible that the trial is completed by that point. It's possible, to the extent someone's travel or someone's reason for being excused is because they maybe are going away, for example, for July 4th. To the extent we're not, that would be, from the government's perspective, a good time for an alternate juror to step in. So we don't object to this particular juror. I just wanted to note that as we move forward. The court. Understood. Number 19 is excused. Page 70. Juror present at sidebar. The court. What is your number? Juror. 42. The court. And what is your name? Juror. XXXXXXXXXX. The court. And what is the problem? Juror. Yeah, so just for context, I work in the for a financial technology company. I have to do travel for that company, specifically over a week during the middle of this period, which is going to be very hard to get out of that trip because that's visiting one of our largest customers. So that's the primary issue. The court. What is your role at the firm? Juror. I'm a sales leader, so I work with some of our largest customers, and it's critical that I meet with those customers. We have some scheduled meetings already set up on the West Coast, and if I don't attend those meetings, it's going to cause some hardship for my team. The court. So, if you were hit by a truck and other people at the firm needed to fill in for you, couldn't these meetings take place? Juror. I presume, yes. The court. Okay. So, you're not completely indispensable. Juror. I don't think anybody is. Page 71. The court. Okay. Is there anything else you wanted to say? Juror. Specific to. The court. The question that I posed. Sounds like you have nothing further to say, so you can step back. Thank you. Juror. Okay. Juror not present. The court. He was number? Miss Schroff. 42. The court. I see no reason to excuse him. Mr. Finkel. No objection. Mr. cr-00118. No objection. Next juror present. The court. Hello. What is your number? Juror. 32. The court. And what is your name? Juror. XXXXXXXXXX. The court. And what is the problem? Juror. So I work with the NBA, and right now it's postseason, and we tend to travel for our finals and playoffs, and right after that I'm going to have a medical procedure during the downtime. So, the court, and when is that scheduled for? Juror, it hasn't been scheduled yet because I don't want to get too detailed, but it's basically IVF, and that basically turns on, like, how your follicles are growing. So I'm going to try to start the procedure right when I get back from traveling from finals, and then it could last anywhere from 3 to 4 weeks, the procedure. Page 72. The court. So are you saying that you have scheduled it during this time because... Juror, because once the season ends, I have about 2 or 3 months to kind of get everything in order before the season begins again, September. The court, okay. You can step back. Juror, thank you. Juror not present. The court, any objection to my excusing her? Mr. cr-00118, not from us, Your Honor. Mr. Finkel, no, Your Honor. The court, okay. So that's number 32. Next juror present. The court, hi there. What number are you? Juror, 31. The court, and your name, please? Juror, XXXXXXXXXX. The court, and what is the problem? Juror, I have 2 young children. I've organized childcare for the next 2 weeks after 5 o'clock. I don't have it available to me after that time. Page 73. It's just, I won't be able to make it work with the numbers. The court, all righty. You can step back. Juror, thank you. Juror not present. The court, any objection to my excusing number 31? Mr. Finkel, no, Your Honor. Mr. cr-00118, not from us, Your Honor. Next juror present. The court, hi. What number are you? Juror, 33. The court, and? Juror, mine is 24th through 27th. I have my cousin coming in from the UK for a prepaid vacation, and I need time. I need like a day to see if she can move it without any penalties. The court, you're saying that you could contact her. Juror, if I have my phone though. The court, during the lunch break you could try to get a hold of her and see whether she can change her schedule. Juror, well, can we move it? I might need till tomorrow morning. Yes. That's when. The court, you're saying maybe by tomorrow morning you would have an answer? Juror, yes. Page 74. The court, but it might even be sooner than that? Juror, if I can get my phone. 'Cause she's over in London, so we've got the time change difference. So I just need to know, can she push it, and are there any penalties associated with it? Is that all right? The court, okay. So you'll make that inquiry and you'll come back to me. Juror, I will. Yes, I will. The court, all right. Thank you. Juror not present. The law clerk. Next one? The court, yes. Next juror present. The court, hi. What number are you? Juror, 43. The court, say again? Juror, 43. The court, and what is your name? Juror, XXXXXXXXXX. The court, and what's the problem? Juror, I'm a single mom. I have 2 children. I have no financial help or no one to help me with them, so I need to work. The court, are you saying it would be a financial hardship for you too? Page 75. Juror, yes. The court, be a juror? Juror, yes. I have something else, but I don't know if you want me to tell you now or wait. The court, go ahead. Juror, when I was growing up, my father was in federal prison for 20 years for some of the similar crimes, tax evasion, insurance fraud. The court, okay. Thank you. Thank you for telling us. All righty. You may step back. Juror not present. The court, is there any objection to my excusing number 43? Mr. cr-00118, we'd love to keep her, Your Honor, but no. The court, okay. Okay. Next juror present. The court, hi there. What's your number? Juror, 45. The court, And what's your name? Juror. XXXXXXXXXX. The court. And what is the problem? Juror. I've got 3 kids at home, a 2-year-old, a 4-year-old, and a 9-year-old. And my husband and I, being their primary caregivers, have coordinated our schedules to cover them, and then also the school calendar, and it doesn't help that. Page 76. The court. Understood. You may step back. Juror not present. The court. Any objection to my excusing number 45? Mr. Finkel. No, Your Honor. Mr. cr-00118. No, Your Honor. Next juror present. The court. Hi there. What is your number? Juror. 58. The court. And what is your name? Juror. XXXXXXXXX. The court. And what is the problem? Juror. I'm a physical therapist, and we're extremely short-staffed where I live, and ultimately my patients just won't be able to get serviced for care for the next 7 weeks. The court. So, who do you work for? Juror. IV Rehab. The court. And where is that? Juror. We have 600 locations, but I work in Westchester, in the Harrison location. The court. So, if you were hit by a truck, what would happen? Juror. We would have an even longer wait list to get in for physical therapy, and patients, unfortunately, would be in pain. Page 77. The court. So, essentially your exclusive concern is the fact that you're short-staffed. Juror. The court. Is that a yes? Juror. Yes. Sorry. The court. But if the facility was adequately staffed, you would have no problem serving. Juror. Yeah, absolutely. I believe in servicing the community in which I operate. This is what I wake up and do every day. The court. You may step back. Juror not present. The court. I don't see a reason to dismiss her. Mr. Finkel. The government agrees. Ms. Schroff. Honestly, Your Honor, I can't tell the difference between her or somebody else who couldn't be here because they had child care issues. It's the same thing. I mean, the court. No. You have an obligation to take care of your children, and if your children aren't taken care of, there's a safety concern there. But this is about somebody who has a broken ankle and can't get the physical therapy within the time period that they desire. They may have to go to a different physical therapist. Okay, let's have the next person. Next juror present. Page 78. The court. Hi there. What's your number? Juror. 60, Your Honor. The court. 60? Juror. 60. The court. Your name, please? Juror. XXXXXXXXX. The court. And what is the problem? Juror. I just graduated with my master's in software engineering and I'm job searching, and I'm worried that the time spent here would delay my finding a role at a company. So the process is pretty lengthy. It requires a couple hours, 2 to 4 hours usually, of technical assessments for interviews at these companies, and so for each one, that's a significant amount of time, plus prepping for these assessments, plus actually applying to the roles and writing cover letters. It's really a full-time job. The court. So, what would happen if you simply could not devote yourself to that during this time period? Juror. Well, I'm worried that I won't be able to find a position as summer openings happen, and it will delay my entry into the field. The court. And if that happens? Page 79. Juror. I won't be able to move out of my parents' house and go out and find an apartment. I won't be able to start my career. The court. So this, you're saying, would disrupt your plan to get a job within a certain time period and to move out of your parents' house within a certain time period. Is that correct? Juror. Yes, ma'am. The court. All right. You can step back. Juror not present. The court. I do not think that is a ground for cause dismissal. Is there any disagreement? Mr. Finkel. No, Your Honor. Mr. cr-00118. No. The court. Okay. Let's get the next one. Next juror present. The court. Hi there. What number are you? Juror, 27. The court. And what is your name? Juror, XXXXXXXXX. The court. And what is the problem? Juror, so I have been unemployed since the end of January. I'm just now starting up a new job. 7 weeks leaves me 7 weeks almost no money, not enough to pay my bills. Financial hardship probably would be too much for me. Page 80. The court. All right. So you'll step back. Thank you. Juror not present. The court. Any objection to my excusing number 27? Mr. Kamaraju. No. Mr. Finkel. No. Next juror present. The court. What is your number? Juror, 28. The court, 28. And your name? Juror, XXXXXXXXX. The court. And what's the problem? Juror, it's going to cost me too much money to travel for this. The court. Where do you live? Juror, Monzi. The court. So you're saying it's too expensive for you? Juror, it's going to cost me $100 a day traveling. The court. So, what kind of transportation do you use, sir? Juror, I take Monzi trails, and then I get a taxi here. The court. I'm sorry. I didn't understand. First you take what? Page 81. Juror, a local community bus. The court. So there are buses that come from Rockland County to the Port Authority, and then you could take a train from the Port Authority downtown. Juror, I won't be able to. I got to take a cab to the bus. The court. Okay. And. Juror, and then the bus and the train. The court. Okay. So you're saying that the cab fare from your home to the bus station. Juror, and then the bus station. The court. You're saying that that's too expensive for you. Juror, yes. The court. Tell me your number again. Juror, 28. The court. Okay. You can step back. You can step back. Juror, leave? The law clerk. No, sir. Go back to your seat. Thank you. Juror not present. The court. Is there any objection to my excusing number 28? Page 82. Miss Schroff. No, Your Honor. Mr. Finkel. No, Your Honor. The court. Okay. Next juror present. The court. Hello. What is your number? Juror. My number is 35. The court. And what's the problem? Juror. I am a lawyer for the financial institution AIG, and in all likelihood, on May 28th, it will be announced that I get to retire, so that gives me between May 28th and June 30th to clear out my docket, assign it to other people, etc., etc. To not be here while I can do that, June 30th will be my retirement date. The court. What is the nature of your work? Juror. I'm an in-house litigator. The court. And so, if you were here as a juror, are you saying that you would be distracted by this obligation to clear out your docket? Juror. Yeah. I've got to assign the cases to other folks, and I've got to close the matters that I'm working on. The court. All righty. You may step back. Juror. Thank you, Judge. Juror not present. Miss Schroff, Your Honor, I think you excused number 35 before. Page 83. The court. Yes. I forgot about that. Yeah. Next juror present. The court. What is your number? Juror. 53. The court. What's the problem? Juror. Me and my husband are both from Czech Republic, from Europe, and end of June is my father-in-law 80th birthday, and we were planning to visit, not in June, but we're planning like early July. We don't have yet, set up date, but trying to coordinate with my sister, with my sister-in-law, with my sister, with my... So there's a lot of people that are involved, so we don't have the setup date, but we're planning early July, so... The court. All righty. Well, I hope you have a good trip. You may step back. Juror. Yeah. Okay. The other. The court. It's fine. You can step back. Juror. Okay. Juror not present. The court. Hi there. What number are you? Juror. 54. The court. What is your name, sir? Juror. XXXXXXXXX. The court. What is the problem? Page 84. Juror. If I don't work, I don't get paid on my job. The court. What do you do? Juror. I work for New York Power Authority Security in White Plains. The court. So, are you saying that this would be a financial hardship? Juror. Big financial. Yeah, but, a big financial. The court. Understood. You can step back. Juror. Okay. Thank you. Juror not present. The court. Any objection to my excusing number 54? Miss Schroff. No. Mr. Finkel. No. The court. Wow. Seems like the line keeps on growing. The law clerk. We only put the first couple rows and then the next couple rows, so we still have. The court. How are we doing number-wise? The law clerk. I'll have to check. Next juror present at sidebar. The court. What is your number? Juror. Oh, 51. The court. And, what is your name? Juror. XXXXXXXXX. Page 85. The court. If you would say that louder. Juror. XXXXXXXXXX. The court. What's the problem? Juror. It's just really bad timing at work. I work at an auction house, and we have this big sale mid-July that if I'm gone for the next 7 weeks, I think it's going to be really bad. I think they're going to get really mad at me. The court. What auction house do you work for? Juror. Phillips. The court. And if you were hit by a truck today, somebody would be able to step into your role. Isn't that true? Juror. Yeah. I'm sorry. I know there's, bigger problems, but it's just, I think it would. I think my boss would be really mad, and everyone else too, but obviously, if it happens, it happens. The court. Okay. You can step back. Juror not present. The court. All right. I don't see any reason to excuse her. The law clerk. The jury administrator wants to know if, and when we're breaking for lunch. There are apparently some people who want to go out. We have 75 people downstairs waiting. The court. Oh, the people downstairs can go. Next juror present. Page 86. The court. Hi. What's your number? Juror. 66. The court. And what's your name? Juror. XXXXXXXXX. The court. And what is the problem? Juror. I have 2 issues. My work doesn't pay me for the time off, and I can't afford to have 7 weeks not getting paid, and then I'm leaving for a 2-week trip on Friday. The court. So you're saying this would be a financial hardship for you? Juror. Very much so, yes. The court. All right. You may step back. Juror. Thank you. The court. Any objection to my excusing number 66? Miss Schroff. No, Your Honor. Mr. Finkel. No, Your Honor. Next juror present. The court. Hi there. What's your number? Juror. 65. The court. And what is your name? Juror. Oh, XXXXXXXXX. I have a family vacation already scheduled. It's July 4th and we return back August 24th. The court. And do you have plane tickets? Page 87. Juror. I can. When I have access to my phone, I can forward them to you. The court. No. I'm saying you've scheduled the flight. Juror. Yes. Everything's been scheduled for. The court. All right. You can step back. Juror. Thank you. Juror not present. The court. Any objection to my excusing number 65? Mr. Finkel. The government objects. I think we'll be done by July 4th, and if we're not, there will be an alternate. Mr. Cumraju. I don't think you can plan that way, Your Honor. The court. You gave me a certain time estimate, and now you're kind of waffling, and so I don't feel comfortable. Mr. Finkel. Your Honor, I'm not waffling. Yesterday, I told the court that we believe we'd certainly be done by July 4th. That's still our belief. The defense case is, according to yesterday's information, approximately 4 days. The government's case, as we said yesterday, is 4 to 5 weeks, trending towards 4 weeks. We'll be done by July 4th. If we're not, the court, well, you can make a representation we're going to get it done by July 4th instead of the wishy-washy. Mr. Finkel, so that is my belief, Your Honor. Page 88. The court, right. I need more than a belief in order to make a schedule. Mr. cr-00118. Also, Your Honor, we just told all these people that it was going to be a 7-week trial. The court, no, that doesn't bother me. If he's now willing to commit to being done by a certain day, then I have the flexibility. Mr. Finkel, so, Your Honor, the only reason I can't commit is because there are things outside my control. The court, of course. Mr. Finkel, including the defense case, the length of cross. But if you're asking me for a good faith basis, good faith estimate, does the government believe this trial will be done by July 4th? Yes, and to the extent it's not, which I acknowledge is a possibility, the government's view would be that at that point, if this juror makes it, an alternate can take their place. So the government objects, but of course understands it will be the court's prerogative how to proceed on this issue. Mr. cr-00118, we don't object. The court, you don't object. Mr. cr-00118, we don't object. We think the person should be excused. Ms. Schroff, I agree, Your Honor. The court, all right. I'm going to excuse that individual. Have the next one step up. Page 89. Next juror present. The court, hi there. What is your number? Juror, 67. The court, what is your name? Juror, XXXXXXXXXX. The court, what is the problem? Juror, so, 3 things. I've got personal trips coming up, including this weekend. I leave on Friday, come back on Tuesday. I have a business trip the following week. And then the week of July 4th I'm gone as well on a family vacation. The court, so, do you have tickets already purchased? Juror, yes. The court, all right, sir. You can step back. Juror not present. The court, any objection to my excusing number 67? Mr. cr-00118, no. Mr. Finkel, no. The law clerk, you've got like 40 excused. The court, all right. We're still good. We've got another 75 downstairs. Ms. Schroff, I renew my application to let number 12 to go to work. He was no different than anyone else. That poor guy. Page 90. Next juror present. The court, hi. What is your number? Juror, 64. The court, and what is your name? Juror, XXXXXXXXX. The court, what's the problem? Juror, I don't find it a problem, but I just realized how long you said it would be, and I'm diabetic, so I know I have at least 4 doctor's appointments during that time. So I don't know if that's an issue. Also, the court, so we're going to be ending every day at 2:45, and so that does leave you time at the end of the day to get to a doctor. Juror, so I could just change appointments or something like that. The court, correct. Juror, okay. One more thing. I'm going away this weekend and I won't be back till Wednesday. The court, is that something for which you purchase tickets? Juror, oh, yeah. The court, flight? Juror, no, not flight, hotel. And they're going to, if I don't go, they're going to charge me a cancellation fee. Page 91. The court, I see. Okay. Juror, and it's only till Wednesday. So, the court, all right. You can step back. Juror, okay. Thank you so much. Juror not present. The court, any objection to my excusing her? Mr. Finkel, no, Your Honor. Ms. Schroff, no, Your Honor. Next juror present. The court, hi there. What is your number? Juror, 55. The court, and what is your name? Juror, XXXXXXXXXX. The court, what is your last name? Juror, XXXXXXXXXX. The court, what is your problem? Juror, so I work for a temp agency right now, so I got lucky. They gave me a long-term assignment, but they don't pay out, like, jury duty things. They max 3 days. So then 7 weeks is a lot. And then since I do customer service, they need people on the phone, so I don't know if my assignment is being reassigned to somebody else, and I don't know, like, what am I going to come back to? The court. So are you saying that this would be a financial hardship for you? Page 92. Juror, yeah. It's like I basically don't know if my job is going to be there when I get back. 'Cause, again, it's like a temp agency, so. The court. Did you say 55 or 56? Juror, 55. The court, okay then. All right. You can step back. Juror, okay. Juror not present. The court, number 55. Any objection to my excusing her? Miss Schroff, no, Your Honor. Mr. Finkel, no. Next juror present. The court, hi there. What is your number? Juror, 57. The court, and what is your name? Juror, XXXXXXXXX. The court, and what is the problem? Juror, so the week of June 22nd I have a wedding in Cyprus. The court, so you have purchased tickets for the wedding? Juror, yeah. Non-refundable. The court, okay. Well, bon voyage. Juror, thank you. Page 93. The court, thank you. You may step back. Juror, okay. Juror not present. Mr. cr-00118, great travel plans. The court, no objection to my excusing her, correct? Miss Schroff, no, Your Honor. Mr. Finkel, no, Your Honor. Next juror present. The court, hi there. What is your number? Juror, 74. The court, and what is your name? Juror, XXXXXXXXX. The court, and what is the problem? Juror, I am going to Kabul, leaving tomorrow, coming back Tuesday, and then the main one is the last week in June. I'm going away with my family and my boyfriend's family, where a certain question might be asked, knock on wood. The court, oh, understood. All righty. You may step back. Juror, thank you. Mr. cr-00118, good luck with that. Juror not present. The court, no objection to my excusing number 74? Mr. cr-00118, none here, Your Honor. Mr. Finkel, no. Page 94. Mr. cr-00118, my wife would kill me. Miss Schroff, you would regret that. Next juror present. The court, hi there. What is your number? Juror, 72. The court, and what is your name? Juror, XXXXXXXXX. The court, what is the problem? Juror, I'm moving out of the state in the next month to go to grad school. The court, where are you going? Juror, I'm between Georgetown and Duke, but I'll know next week. The court, great. Juror, I just don't think I can commit 7 weeks. The court, what are you going to study? Juror, business. The court, okay. All righty. You may step back. Juror not present. The court, any objection to my excusing number 72? Mr. Finkel, no. Mr. cr-00118, no. Next juror present. The court, hello. What is your number? Juror, 71. Page 95. The court, and your name? Juror, my name is XXXXXXXXX. The court, and what is the problem? Juror, I'm a self-employed physical therapist. It would be extreme financial hardship, and I'm having to relocate my business by July 1st, so it would put an end to my business to serve now. I'm sorry. The court, all righty. Good luck. Juror, Thank you so much. Juror not present. The court. Any objection to my excusing number 71? Mr. Finkel. No, Your Honor. Mr. Cumraju. No, Your Honor. Next juror present. The court. Hello. Your number, please? Juror. 63. The court. Your name? Juror. XXXXXXXXXX. The court. And what is the problem? Juror. The problem is that I'm supposed to, I think Thursday, that's the 28th of June, go away with my girlfriend, and I was planning on actually proposing to her that week. The court. Oh. Juror. So it would be a pretty big bummer if I had to change that. Page 96. The court. Good luck to you. Juror. Thank you. The court. You may step back. Juror not present. The court. All right. Then no objection to my excusing number 63. The law clerk. Is his girlfriend in the jury venire? Next juror present. The court. Hi there. What is your number? Juror. I'm juror 62. The court. What is your name? Juror. First name XXXXXXXXXX. The court. Your full name. Juror. XXXXXXXXXX. The court. And what is the problem? Juror. So I know that our trial is 7 weeks. I'm getting married at the end of June. I also have, my fiancée is pregnant with my firstborn. Her first doctor's appointment is tomorrow. I work full-time as a registered nurse. And I see that this is going to be 7 weeks, and it's just not. I'm already distressed that I'm already going through this, and so. The court. Understood. Understood. You may step back. Juror not present. Page 97. The court. This makes me feel very optimistic. Number 62. Any objection to my excusing him? Mr. Cumraju. Not from us, Your Honor. Mr. Finkel. Nor us, Your Honor. Next juror present. The court. Your number? Juror. 48. The court. And your name? Juror. XXXXXXXXX. The court. And what's the problem? Juror. I'm a New York City DOE teacher. I work with students with disabilities, and I just feel like 7 weeks being away from them is going to hinder everything they've learned so far this year and for the rest of the school year. The court. All righty. You may step back. Juror not present. The court. Any objection to my excusing number 48? Mr. Cumraju. Not from us. Mr. Finkel. No, Your Honor. Next juror present. The court. Hi there. What is your number? Juror. 61. The court. And what is your name? Juror. XXXXXXXXX. The court. And what's the problem? Page 98. Juror. I'm an independent contractor working in TV production, and to do 7 weeks would be really hard. With the rerun strike last year, it's a hardship. And I have a job starting up around June 10th. 7 weeks for us is a long time. The court. This would be a financial hardship. Juror. Both financial and time. I'm a producer. I hire the crews that go onto the films. The court. Okay. All righty. Thank you. You may step back. Juror. Thank you. Juror not present. The court. Any objection to my excusing 61? Mr. Cumraju. Not from us, Your Honor. Mr. Finkel. No, Your Honor. Juror present. The court. Hi there. Your number? Juror. 56. The court. And what's the problem? Juror. So I'm a self-employed photographer. Career. I could serve. However, I have 2 trips planned, first week of June and last week of July, overseas, work-related. The court. Are you saying that you've already purchased the tickets for that? Juror. Yes. Page 99. The court. Okay. Juror. The June, yes, not the July. The court. Okay. You can step back. Juror. Okay. Juror not present. The court. Any objection to my excusing number 56? Ms. Schroff. No, Your Honor. Mr. Finkel. No, Your Honor. Next juror present. The court, and your number, please. Juror, 68. The court, 68. And your name. Juror, XXXXXXXXX. The court, and what is the problem? Juror, I have booked a family vacation June 5th, Wednesday, until June 8th, Saturday, flight to Atlanta and hotel room. The court, already purchased. Juror, yes. The court, all right then. You can step back. Juror, what does that mean? The court, you can go back to your seat. Juror not present. The court, all right. Any objection to my excusing number 68? Page 100. Mr. Finkel, not from the government. Mr. cr-00118. No, Your Honor. The court, all right. So, what I'd like to do is to stop now and have them return so that we can continue at 2 o'clock. Mr. Finkel, okay. Mr. cr-00118, okay. Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Finkel, thank you, Your Honor. The court, it is now almost 10 of 1. All counsel, thank you, Your Honor. In open court. The court, all right. So our work for the morning has come to a close. You'll have to return to the courtroom, or rather to the hallway, ready to come into the courtroom at 2 p.m. sharp. Some of you are going to be excused. Mr. Steinberg is going to read the list of those who have been excused. But the rest of you must return and be in the hallway, not downstairs, not on the way to the courthouse, but in the hallway by 2 o'clock, ready to come back in. One thing that you must be very conscientious about is that you cannot discuss the case amongst yourselves or with anyone else. Don't permit anyone to discuss the case in your presence. The attorneys are not to have any contact with you. So if you see them in the hallway or on the elevator or outside, and they don't look at you or they don't greet you, it's not that they're being rude. It is that they simply are not permitted to have any contact with you. Page 101 and 102. So have a good lunch. Mr. Steinberg will now read the list of those who are excused. The law clerk. The following people are excused and do not need to return after lunch. Please also obtain your jury card from Mr. Srinath on your way out. He is in the blue suit and just raised his hand. So the following jurors are excused. Number 25, number 30, number 35, number 36, number 37, number 44, number 50, number 59, number 87, number 91, number 93, number 97, number 53, number 20, number 1, number 6, number 9, number 13, number 17, number 18. Number 26, number 19, number 21, number 23, number 24, number 27, number 28, number 31, number 32, number 38, number 39, number 41, number 43, number 45, number 54, number 92, number 93, number 66, number 65, number 57. Number 55, number 74, number 72, number 71, number 63, number 62, number 48, number 61, number 64, number 56, and number 68. Jurors who have been excused, please get your card. Everyone else may leave for lunch and return to the hallway after lunch. Thank you. Please be ready to go at 2 p.m. sharp. Thank you. After you get the card, you should give it to the jury administrator where you assembled this morning downstairs. To repeat, after you get your card, please bring it to the jury room where you assembled downstairs this morning. Thank you again for your service. The court. So we started with 100, we are down 51, and we have another 75 downstairs. So I'm still optimistic that we'll get our jury. See you after lunch. All counsel. Thank you, Your Honor. Luncheon recess. Page 103. Afternoon session. 2:15 p.m. Vinayri present. The court. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back. For those of you who came on time and were ready to walk into the courtroom at 2 p.m., thank you. For those of you who are late, it's simply impossible to run a trial if I can't depend upon you arriving promptly at the appointed time. So please come on time. Otherwise, everyone is waiting and things are thrown off. All right. Do any of you have any personal knowledge of the charges in this case? Personal knowledge of the charges in this case. We're still not finished yet with the previous question. So if you'll line them up, please. At sidebar. Juror present. The court, hello. What's your number? Juror. 80. The court, and your name, please? Juror. XXXXXXXXXX. The court. What's the problem? Juror. I don't have the finance to do this for 7 weeks. I get paid by the hour. The court. So you're saying it would be a financial hardship? Page 104. Juror. Yeah. I don't think I have the money to live because I just graduated college, still paying student loans. I couldn't do this 7 straight weeks. The court. All righty. You can step back. Juror not present. The court. Is there any objection to my excusing him? Mr. Finkel, no. The court. Is that 80? Mr. Finkel, yes. The court, okay. Juror present. The court, hello. What's your number? Juror, 75. The court, and your name? Juror, XXXXXXXXXX. The court. What's the problem? Juror. My sister is getting married in Philadelphia on Friday. I'm supposed to walk her down the aisle. I'm also an attorney. I have 2 court appearances coming up next month, one in a case in California, another one over here in Queens. I could probably get somebody else to cover it, but another member of my department is actually on the Trump jury, which is kind of unfortunate. And then I have a vacation planned the last week in June, the Jersey Shore. I could probably work that out. But then we're booked. My family is booked to travel to Italy the following week. Page 105. The court. And when do you leave for Italy? Juror. Saturday the 6th is it? Sorry, I don't have my calendar on me. July 6th, I think. The court. And you have tickets already? Juror. Yes, Your Honor. The court. All right. You can step back. Juror. Thank you. Juror not present. The court. Any objection to my excusing him? Mr. Finkel, no. Mr. Skirek, no. The court. He was number? Mr. Skirek, 75. The court, okay. Juror present. The court, hello. What's your number? Juror, 76. The court. What's your name? Juror, XXXXXXXXXX. The court. And what's the problem? Juror. I have a planned family vacation on the 15th of July. Page 106. The court. The 15th of July. Juror. Correct. The court. Okay. So we're only going through the 12th. Juror. It could extend, Your Honor. The court. Excuse me? Juror. It could extend. You said it yourself before. The court. Yes. I feel more confident than I did in the morning that it will only go until the 12th. So no problem for you then. Juror. Okay. The court. Very good. You may step back. Juror not present. The court. I'm relying on you. Juror present. The court. What is your number? Juror. 89. The court. 89? Juror. Yes. The court. And what is your name? Juror. My name is XXXXXXXXXX. The court. What's the problem? Juror. I have a work-related problem. I am a partner at Kirkland & Ellis in the investment funds group. I'm really underwater with some deals right now. And I don't think I'm in a position where I can be on a case for 7 weeks. Page 107. I understand my civic duty. Would be happy to come back later this summer and do another trial. But I can't be in a jury box for 9 hours a day and then working 12 to 15 hours a night for 7 weeks. I can't do it. I wouldn't even be a good juror. The court. So why wouldn't you be a good juror? Juror. Because I will be sleeping. I have an unbelievable amount of work that I have to complete, and I can't do both at the same time. And I can't sub out my work. The court. Are you saying that you would be distracted by your work obligations were you to serve as a juror? Juror. Of course I would. And I also don't know that I would have attention span, stamina, etc. The court. All righty. You can step back. Juror. Thank you. Juror not present. The court. Any objection to my excusing her? Mr. Skirek. None. Mr. Finkel. No. Juror present. The court. Hi there. Your number, sir? Juror 95. The court. And your name again? Page 108. Juror XXXXXXXXX. The court. What's the problem? Juror. So I work for a bank. The court. Yes. Juror. And they don't have 7 weeks of duration to be able to serve as a jury duty. I think it's significantly less than 7 weeks. The court. Are you saying that they won't pay you? Juror. No. I check HR. Check with HR. I think the period that is allowed for jury duty is less than 7 weeks. The court. Okay. So there's a legal obligation to serve as a juror no matter what your company might say. Juror. Okay. The court. So my question for you is, are they saying they won't pay you? Juror. There is nothing about the pay. There's no provision about the pay. The court. Okay. So they don't have a say in what citizens' obligations are. Juror. Okay. And in addition, we just got examined by Federal Reserve Bank of New York, and there are a lot of objectives that we have to meet and a project. And it's a very short duration right now, on top of all the other daily tasks that I need to do. It goes by due dates. Page 109. The court. What bank do you work for? Juror. I work for Mizuho. The court. And does Mizuho have other employees? Juror. Yes, they do. It's just that the department I'm in has specific due dates. And it kind of makes it a little bit difficult for me to be able to not be in it. The court. So, what happens if you get hit by a truck today? Juror. I'm just saying it's going to be a lot of on my part, I think. So just that explain my situation. That's all. The court. So, what I'm getting at is, if you were to disappear today. Juror. Right. The court. The bank would find somebody else to do your job. Isn't that right? Juror. That's true. The court. Okay. So then okay. You may step back. Juror not present. The court. I am not going to excuse him. Mr. Skirek. No objection. Juror present. The court. Hello. Juror. Good afternoon, ma'am. The court. Your number, please. Page 110. Juror 96. The court. And your name, please. Juror XXXXXXXXX. The court. And what's the problem? Juror. I'm an educator, high school. And I have a caseload. And it's about the end of the school year, and I have to tie up my relationships with my students before they go on, and my other compliance issues I'm responsible for at the school. The court. You say you have a caseload. What is your title? Juror. I'm a therapist. So I'm working with students all the time. The court. Are you in the public school system? Juror. Yes, public school system. The court. Okay. All righty. If you'll step back, please. Juror. Thank you, ma'am. Juror not present. The court. Any objection to my excusing number 96? Mr. Skirek. No. Mr. Finkel. No, Your Honor. Juror present. The court. Hello. Juror. How are you? Page 111. The court. I'm well. How are you? Juror. I'm okay. The court. Would you tell me your number, please? Juror. 82. The court. 82. And your name, please. Juror. XXXXXXXXX. The court. and what's the problem? Juror, what's the problem? The court, yeah. You came to tell me something. Juror, oh, okay. I am a nurse, okay. So it will be very hard for me to lose 7 weeks. The court, so are you saying because financially it would be a hardship for you? Juror, yes. The court, would you be paid if you did not go to work? Juror, no, I have to go to work. The court, okay. All right. You may step back. Juror not present. The court, is there any objection to my excusing number 82? Mr. Skirek, no objection. Mr. Finkel, no, Your Honor. Juror present. The court, hello. What number are you? Page 112. Juror 84. The court, and what's your name? Juror XXXXXXXXXX. The court, and what's the problem? Juror, my employer, they only pay 2 weeks of jury duty. So I'm afraid if I go to a 7 weeks trial, I'm going to have to get a pay cut of 5 weeks. The court, and so that would be a financial hardship for you? Juror, correct. The court, all right. You may step back. Juror not present. The court, any objection to my excusing her? Ms. Murray, no, Your Honor. Mr. Skirek, no. The court, she was 84? Ms. Murray, yes. Juror present. The court, hello. What is your number? Juror 85. The court, and what is your name? Juror XXXXXXXXXX. The court, and what is the problem? Juror, I'm self-employed. I have a doggy daycare. I'm a dog trainer. So I live in Westchester. When I come here, I have to close my business because I run it on my own. Page 113. So weekends and holidays are days that I'm free, but during the week it's kind of hard for me to come. And then the dates that you gave us. I do have dogs that stay overnight, so I have to be home during the day because I have no one to take them out. I have 15, 20 dogs every day, and that's one of the reasons. If I have an employer, then it's, but I don't. The court, all right. You may step back. Juror not present. The court, any objection to my excusing number 85? Mr. Skirek, no. Ms. Murray, no, Your Honor. Juror present. The court, hello. What is your number? Juror 86. The court, and your name? Juror XXXXXXXXX. The court, and what is the problem? Juror, I take care of my niece when my sister is at work. The court, I am sorry? Juror, I take care of my niece when my sister is at work. It's financially hard for me to be out for 7 weeks. The court, all righty. You can step back. Thank you. Page 114. Juror not present. The court, any objection to my excusing number 86? Ms. Murray, no, Your Honor. Mr. Skirek, no. Juror present. The court, hello. What is your number? Juror 98. The court, 98. And your name? Juror XXXXXXXXX. The court, and what is the problem? Juror 3 things, actually. I have a publication deadline. I'm submitting a chapter for a book that's due in August. I have a 5-hour daily commute, and I've got a chronic eye condition that makes it harder for me to read the more tired I get. And I think commuting here, every day for 7 weeks is going to be exhausting. The court, where do you come from? Juror, I live in Putnam County. The court, all right. You may step back. Juror not present. The court, is there any objection to my excusing number 98? Mr. Skirek, no objection. Page 115. Ms. Murray, no, Your Honor. Juror present. The court, hello. Juror, hi. The court, what's your number? Juror, my number is 99. The court, and your name? Juror XXXXXXXXX. The court, and what is the problem? Juror, well, I am still working. I'm semi-retired. And on Mondays, I open the office. If the holiday falls on a Monday, then Tuesday, I open the office. And the length of time and the fact that maybe a Monday I might have to not be available for work, it causes me financial difficulties. I'm semi-retired, I'm 76 this year, and I need the money. The court, got it. Okay. You may step back. Juror, thank you so much. Juror not present. The court, all righty. Any objection to my excusing number 99? Mr. Skirek, no objection. Ms. Murray, no, Your Honor. Juror present. The court, hello. What is your number? Juror, 100. Page 116. The court, and what is your name? Juror, XXXXXXXXXX. The court, and what is the problem? Juror, I have work travel planned for the middle of June where I'll be out of the state for a couple days. I also have a family member's and a friend's bachelor party scheduled for July within the time frame of the trial. The court, so is the bachelor party during the day? Juror, I'd be leaving in the middle of the week, yes, before the trial would end. The court, where would you go? Juror, up to Saratoga, New York. And then we're traveling. Middle of June would be out of state to Michigan for a couple days during the week in the middle of the week. The court, what do you do for a living? Juror, I'm a civil engineer. The court, and do you work for a company? Juror, yeah, I do consulting for HDR. It's a consulting company based out of New York. And we have a program that's nationwide which involves some travel that I've been doing for the past couple years. The court, so if you get hit by a truck today, is somebody else in the company going to be able to do your work? Juror, yes. The court, yes. Okay. Page 117. You said that the bachelor party is in Saratoga? Juror, The court, all right. So that's a very easy drive. Juror, yes, but it would be, I guess, before the trial would end. The court, what day of the week is the party? Juror, I'd be leaving on a Wednesday. It would be July 10th I'd be leaving. The court, you're saying the party is on a Wednesday as opposed to, say, a Friday or Saturday. Juror, well, it's the whole weekend. I'm getting there Wednesday night. The party's through the weekend, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. The court, there's something in addition to the bachelor party? Juror, no, it's the entire weekend. The court, it's the entire weekend. Okay, you can step back. Juror, thank you. Juror not present. The court, any objection to my excusing him? Mr. Skirek, no, Your Honor. Ms. Murray, no, Your Honor. The court, all right. Number 100 is excused. Juror present. Page 118. The court, hello. Juror, I was here before, number 33. The court, yes. Juror, we can't move the vacation without significant penalties. The court, all right. I understand. Juror, we tried. The court, thank you. Thank you for making the effort. Juror not present. The court, so number 33. Anybody object to my excusing her? Mr. Skirek, no, Your Honor. Ms. Murray, no, Your Honor. Juror present. The court, hi. What number are you? Juror, number 3. The court, number 3. And what is your name? Juror, XXXXXXXXX. The court, and what is the problem? Juror, when I work with mentally and disabled individuals, really it's for 6 weeks going to be overwhelming. And I work at night, you know. And then plus I don't have no kids of my own, but I assist with my family I have to pick up from school. So I can't do it. It's going to be hard. Page 119. The court, so are you saying with regard to your job that? Juror, the job is going to be overwhelming for 8 weeks. The court, overwhelming in what sense? Juror, because we already short. The staff is short. The staff, we are short already. The court, okay. Juror, and then personally my family, I have to pick up my nieces and nephews from school. The court, okay. Juror, because I work in the night. The court, what time do you pick up the children? Juror, I work at night. One finish at 2 to 3:45. The court, okay. You can step back. Juror not present. The court, what number was that? Mr. Skirek, 3, I believe. The court, all right. So any objection to my excusing number 3? Mr. Skirek, no, Your Honor. Ms. Murray, no, Your Honor. Juror present. The court, hi there. Your name? Page 120. Juror, XXXXXXXXX. Number 52. The court, go ahead. Juror, so my fear is being out of the field for work for 7 months. 7 weeks, forgive me. I train physician and operators to do cataract surgery. And the postponement of 7 weeks potentially, and my fear is I'm going to lose business, and I'll be out of a job. That's my fear. The court, so do you work for a company that gives you a salary? Juror, correct. The court, and so are you saying they won't pay you if you don't show up? Juror, what I'm saying is I don't know we're going to have replacements to provide support for these surgeons to do the cataract surgery. The court, who do you support? What institutions? Juror, ASCs and hospitals that do cataract surgeries, such as me. And Gramercy. And we do cataract surgery there. I provide support with the surgeons on there. If I'm not there, they won't use our product, and I don't have any replacement for me if I'm not there. The court, you're saying there's no one else who can do your job? Juror, there's no one else in this territory that would do my job. I cover New Jersey, Connecticut, Delaware, and New York City. Page 121. The court, so if you get hit by a truck today, no surgery? Juror, they won't use our product. The court, they'll use somebody else. Juror, they won't use our product. The court, okay. You can step back. Juror not present. The court, any objection to my excusing him? Mr. Skirek, no objection. Ms. Murray, no. The court, he was number? Ms. Murray, 52. Juror present. The court, hi. Your number, sir? Juror, 76. I was here before. The court, and what is the problem? Juror, the problem is I don't feel comfortable between you telling me that you're going to finish on the 12th, and I have a flight on the 15th. I know you're super smart, and I know that you have this whole case under control. But the gap between the 12th and the 15th is very uncomfortable for me, besides the financial strain that dragging this for more than 2 or 3 weeks is going to take on my family. The court, so when you say financial strain, what do you mean? Page 122. Juror, well, you guys pay $60 an hour, and I'm going to be not paid for my job. The court, you're saying you would have to forego your salary. You would not be paid while you are here? Juror, correct. The court, all right. You may step back. Juror, thank you. Juror not present. The court, okay. So any objection to my excusing him? Mr. Skirek, no, Your Honor. Ms. Murray, no, Your Honor. The court, and he's number? Ms. Murray, 76. The court, okay. All righty. Looks like that's it. Let's go back. In open court. The court, does anyone have any personal knowledge of the charges in this case? All right. Please step up. At sidebar. Juror present. The court, what number are you? Juror, 12. Page 123. The court, and what knowledge do you have about this case? Juror, so I likely read it in the Wall Street Journal so the knowledge I have is that he was or had a strong relationship with Steve Bannon. I think his ultimate goal was to take down the communist regime in China, and that he defrauded, I believe it was, $1 billion or so from investors or was, alleged to have defrauded about $1 billion from investors. And that, Steve Bannon has a close relationship with Trump, so it was all in the Wall Street Journal and the papers that I read. The court. So many of us read the Wall Street Journal. Juror, right. The court, and it's not. It doesn't surprise me that you may have heard about the case. And so the first question is, can you put aside what you have read and come into the court with an open mind and listen to the testimony of the witnesses, review any documentary evidence, follow my instructions on the law, and be a fair and impartial juror? Juror, I believe so, yes. The court, what do you mean you believe? This is a yes or no question. Juror, yes. Yes, I mean, yes. Page 124. The court, yes? Juror, yes. The court, okay. You also mentioned that the matter had something to do with Steve Bannon. You mentioned the former president. Juror, right. The court, does that have any bearing on your point of view about this case? Juror, no. The court, you don't have any biases for or against Mr. Bannon or Mr. Trump. Juror, no. The court, okay. You may step back. Juror not present. The court, I see no reason to excuse him. Juror present. The court, hi. What number are you? Juror, I am 40. The court, 40. Juror, yes. The court, and your name, please. Juror, XXXXXXXXXX. The court, and what is the problem? Juror, that I have heard about the case before from some friends in the nonprofit that I work in with the Himalayan Farmers Network. Page 125. Apparently there was some confusion between the Farmers Alliance and the Himalayan Farmers Network. So I had known about the case before. The court, and could you tell me a little bit about the network? Juror, sure. They grow orange flesh sweet potatoes, which are a primary source of vitamin A, which prevent childhood blindness, which is a big issue in Nepal and the rest of the Himalayas. The court, okay. So agriculture is unrelated to this case. Juror, understood. The court, they are two different, very different subject matters. Juror, understood. The court, so is there anything about the fact that there may have been some confusion that would prevent you from being a fair and impartial juror in this case? Juror, probably. The court, why? Juror, because there are people who work very, very hard to improve people's lives under the name of the Himalayan Farmers Network. And we have someone with a very similar name who steals from people. Doesn't sit well with me. The court, so first of all, these are only charges. Page 126. Juror, understood. The court, we have seen no evidence thus far, and Mr. GUO is presumed innocent. Juror, understood. The court, and he cannot be found guilty until a unanimous jury finds him guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. So right now, if we were to have a vote of the people in this room, they would have to vote not guilty because of the presumption of innocence and the burden on the prosecution. So can you put aside whatever you may have heard about the defendant or his activities and come into the courtroom with an open mind, listen to the testimony of the witnesses, review the documentary evidence, follow my instructions on the law, and be a fair and impartial juror? Juror, I could try. The court, it's a yes or no question. Juror, and so I would say no. The court, all righty. You may step back. Juror, thank you. Juror not present. The court, she was number? Ms. Murray, 40. The court, and I am going to excuse her. Mr. Skirik, no objection. Mr. Kumraju, just to make the record clear. Page 127. Juror present. The court, sir, your number? Juror, 42. The court, and your name? Juror, XXXXXXXXX. The court, and what is the issue? Juror, So on a professional level, and there's part on a personal level. On a professional level, I've been involved in financial technology companies, including the Chinese company, over the past 20 plus years. My current company also is involved in crypto. So on a personal level, I've been investing in crypto space for the past 8 years. It's sort of a family-related business now. And just in terms of the content of the case and my ability to be impartial, I have concerns. The court. So cryptocurrency has become very popular among Americans, actually globally. Juror, yup. The court. And so, why would you have these concerns? Juror, yeah. So, I know about a lot of compliance money laundering related issues that have happened both on a professional level and on a personal level. I feel like I'm too close to what's been going on in this space over the last almost decade for me to be able to judge the facts in an impartial way. Page 128. The court. So numbers of people have knowledge about cryptocurrency and other financial matters. And the question is, can you put aside your knowledge and come into the court with an open mind and listen to the witness testimony and review the documents, follow my instructions on the law, and be a fair and impartial juror? Juror. And your question is? The court. My question was, can you put aside your knowledge about the subject matter and your feelings about the subject matter and come into the court with an open mind and listen to the witness testimony, review the documentary evidence, follow my instructions on the law, and be a fair and impartial juror? Juror. Honestly, no. The court. All righty. You may step back. Juror not present. The court. Was he 42? Mr. Skirek. Correct. The court. All right. So, I am going to dismiss him for cause. Juror present. The court. Hello. What is your number? Juror. 47. The court. And your name, sir? Page 129. Juror. XXXXXXXXXX. The court. And what is the issue? Juror. When I came into the room, I recognized the man accused and one of the lawyers. I seen the case in the news. And I don't have much details about the case, but that's the knowledge I have from hearing the case in the news. The court. So this case has been in the news. So it doesn't surprise me that you may have seen something or heard something or read something. Juror. Okay. The court. The question is, can you put aside whatever you have heard or seen and come into the courtroom with an open mind and listen to all the evidence in the case, hear the witnesses, review the documentary evidence, follow my instructions on the law, and be a fair and impartial juror? Juror. So I work as an assistant property manager in the city and building in Sutton Place in Midtown East. And there's a lot of high-profile residents, diplomats, people from all over the country. And there have been certain scenarios of few residents who have not paid rent on time because they either trying to wire the money to America from their country and they use it as an excuse not to pay rent. I do have another case of residents where they're being sued for fraud and we are trying to evict them because they haven't paid rent either. Page 130. So it would be hard for me to not take the case a little bit personal, since I always involve into those residents or I have, going after those residents for them to pay rent. So I don't know if I would be able to be transparent or impartial. The court. So this is not a case where Mr. GUO is accused of failing to pay rent. Juror. Right. I understand. Yeah. But I do have residents who have been accused of fraud and as a consequence of that, I've been involved in they're not being able to pay rent. So I'm involved with, very familiar with lawyers in their cases trying to get them to pay rent and leave the court. And you can't put aside these particular cases, your experience with these particular cases, and come here with an open mind? Juror. I could. But it's something I do every day and it's hard for me, not to judge the people that, at least the people live in my building. They are wealthy or the high profiles. And there's always this money involved when it comes to get away with things sometimes. So, the court, are you saying that you come in with a negative feeling already toward Mr. GUO? Juror, not personally to him, but to people who tend to be rich or have high profiles. Page 131. The court, but he is the only person here on trial. It's not a trial against the class of rich people. And so the question is, can you look at him as an individual and be fair and impartial to him? Juror, not after what I see on TV. The court, all right. You may step back. Juror not present. The court, he's 4'7"? Ms. Murray, yes. The court, any objection to my excusing him for cause? Ms. Murray, no, Your Honor. Mr. Skerrick, no, Your Honor. The court, that's it? Okay. Page 132. In open court. The court, is there anything about the nature of the charges in this case that would prevent you from being a fair and impartial juror? The government is represented here by the United States Attorney for the Southern District of New York, Damian Williams. This trial will be in the immediate charge of Assistant United States Attorneys Micah Ferguson, Ryan Finkel, Justin Horton, and Juliana Murray. They will be assisted by paralegals Michael Gartland, Isabel Loftus, and Jeffrey Mearns. Please stand and face the jurors. The defendant in this case is Miles GUO. Mr. GUO, please stand and face the jurors. Mr. GUO is represented by his attorneys, Siddhartha Kamraju, Sabrina P. Schroff, Matthew S. Barkin, and E. Scott Skerrick. Mr. Kamraju and Mr. Barkin are with the law firm of Pryor Cashman LLC, and Mr. Skerrick is with the law firm of Alston and Bird. They will be assisted by paralegal Ruben Montilla, attorneys Daniel Pullman, John Kilgard, Claire Tilton, James Beal, and Jorge Salazar of Pryor Cashman, and also been involved in Mr. GUO's defense. Please stand and face the jurors. Do any of you know Mr. GUO or any of the other individuals that I have just identified? Have you, your family members or close friends, had any personal or business dealings, directly or indirectly, with any of these individuals, including the defendant? Page 133. Have any of your relatives or close friends had any association or business dealings with any member of the staff of Pryor Cashman LLP or Alston and Bird? The gentleman, if you would please give him the microphone. Sir, what number are you? Juror, 75, Your Honor. The court, all righty. And your dealings with? Juror, I had a case against Pryor Cashman about 7 or 8 years ago. Different attorneys. I don't know them. And to my knowledge, I last had contact with them 5 years ago or so. The court, and you're an attorney, correct? Juror, yes, Your Honor. The court, you may be seated. And the next individual? What number are you? Juror, 89. The court, and what is the issue? Juror, similar to the gentleman in front of me. I just happen to know some attorneys at Pryor Cashman from law school or just from the legal community in New York. I don't know these individuals. The court, all right. You may be seated. Anyone else? Page 134. I'm going to read the names of potential witnesses in this case, as well as other individuals whose names may be mentioned during the trial. After I read the list, the number of names, I'm going to ask whether you are familiar with them. Aaron Mitchell, Adalberto Catabriga, Alex Sultani, Alex Hadjikaralambis, Alexandra Gale, Amin Shams, Amy Buck, Ana Izquierdo, Andrew Zitman, Anthony Alecci, Anthony DeBattista, Anthony Martinez, Ava Chan, Baron Liu, Bin Guo, BJ Pendergast, Bo Collins, Bruce Frederick, Chelsea Grady, and Xinghua Wang. Do any of you know any of these individuals or have your family or close friends had any dealings, directly or indirectly, with any of those people? I'm going to continue now with the list of names. Christina Schatz, Christine Frassini, Christine Lee, Courtney Benitez, Crystal Wong, Damon Lope, Daniel Podhaski, Darren Blanton, Darren Luce, David Lasky, Defeng Chow, also known as Wayne, Doa Dashaush, Esson Hack, Esson Mossad, Elaine Delapia, Elliot Broidy, Erica Buonacor, Aaron McNamara, Fei Fei, Gabriella Luciano. Do any of you know or have any of your family members or close friends have any dealings, directly or indirectly, with any of those people? I'm going to continue with my list of names. Page 135. Giacomo Mattioli, Gladys Chow, Haidong Hao, Haitham Khaled, Haley Richens, Howren He, Ho He, Hongfei Gua, Isabel Despins, Jamie Wilson, Jamie Tam, Janie Du, Jason Miller, Jenny Lee, Jeremy Temkin, Jesse Brown, Jessica Mastrogiovanni, Jessica Volchko, Jian Prung, Jian Hui. Do any of you know or have any family members or friends who've had dealings, directly or indirectly, with any of those people? I'm going to continue. Jiu Bien, John Morgan, Joseph Hugdahl, Juliana Lister, Justine Atwood, Karen Maestrello, Catherine Miles, Katrina Laperda, Kelly No, Kevin Ma, Kin Min William, J.E., Kit Adelman, Kyle Bass, Lan Yu, Le Zhou, Li Chu, Limari Reyes Molinares, Lin Chow, Lonnie Souza, and Louis Bonsukin. Do you know or have any of your family members or close friends had any dealings with any of these individuals, directly or indirectly? Continuing with my list. Lu Zhu, Luke Despins, Madeline Despins, Maggie Sklar, Maggie Murphy, Marios Mamzaris, Mark Williams, Marvin James Sawyer, Matt Smith, Matteo Gandini, Matthew Pottinger, Max Krasner, Mei Gua, Melissa Bakari, Melissa Francis, Melissa Mendez, Meng Tong Zong, Minran Wu, Na Zhou, and Nicholas DiMarino. Do any of you know or have any of you or your family members or close friends had any dealings, directly or indirectly, with any of those individuals? Page 136. I'm continuing with my list. Nikki Lum Davis, Nicole Torres, Nicole Tsai, Nina Peng, Olivia Sebaid, Paolo Sazzi, Patrick Chin, Patrick York, Paul Dorand, Paul Hinton, Prakash Rel Michel, Priya Patel, Chonghua, also known as Mile Sun, Chidong Xia, also known as Long Island David, Rachel Campbell, Rachel Cartwright, Ray Dragon, Robert Stout, Robin Mokhtar, Ross Heinemeyer. Do any of you know or have you or any of your family members or close friends had any dealings, directly or indirectly, with any of those people? I'm continuing with my list. Ruijing N, also known as Ryan and Crab, Russell Stockel, Ryan Sears, Sam Roberts, Sarah Way, Scott Barnett, Shamal Madrano, Simon J. Sophia Chen, Steele Schottenheimer, Steve Bannon, Steve Weber, Tedroy Wilson, Tom Bishop, Tom O'Leary, Uno Wilkinson, Victor Serta, William Kumps, Shabo He, Xiaoka Min. Do any of you know or have you or your family members or close friends had any dealings, directly or indirectly, with any of those people? I'm continuing with my list. Yili, Yanping Wang, also known as Yvette, Yangping Liu, Yixing Li. Page 137. The Court, Inyang Wang, also known as Ayla, Yongbing Zhang, Zachary Efting, Zhaoying Yi. Zhengqiao. Do any of you know any of those people, or have you or your family members or close friends had any dealings directly or indirectly with any of those people? The witnesses in this case may include one or more of what is known as an accomplice, or cooperating witness, a person who has admitted to participating in crimes related to the indictment, as well as other crimes. Is there anything about the fact that cooperating witnesses may testify in this case that would prevent you from being a fair and impartial juror? I will now read the names of potential businesses or entities that may be mentioned during the trial. ACA Capital, Armanino, Bank of Princeton, Bitgo, Brioni, Dallas Lamborghini, Eastern Profit, Ferrari Beverly Hills, Freedom Media Ventures, G Bank, G Clubs, G Coins, G Fashion, G Mall, G Media, G Music, and G News, as well as Getter, Golden Spring, and Greenwich Land. Do any of you know or have any of your family members or close friends had any dealings directly or indirectly with any of those entities? Sir, what is your number? Juror, 78, Your Honor. The court, 78. And what is it? Juror, which entity? Page 138. The court, yes. Juror, Bank of Princeton. The court, what is your relationship to the Bank of Princeton? Juror, I work for a separate bank, but there's participation loans between the two banks. The court, you work for a bank and sometimes there are participation loans. Juror, well, there is a participation loan between the two banks. I'm not aware of any other relation, but there's a specific loan that I've been working on together with Bank of Princeton. The court, so in the course of your work you deal with a number of different entities, is that correct? Juror, yes. I work for a different bank, and this is a participation loan with the Bank of Princeton. The court, just the fact that you may have a business relationship with the Bank of Princeton, is that going to prevent you from being a fair and impartial juror if the Bank of Princeton is mentioned in this trial? Juror, no, Your Honor. The court, do you think you can be completely impartial if the Bank of Princeton comes up? Juror, yes, Your Honor. The court, do you think you might have a bias in favor of the Bank of Princeton because your business is doing business with the Bank of Princeton? Page 139. Juror, no, Your Honor. The court, would you have a bias against the Bank of Princeton because of that? Juror, no, Your Honor. The court, all right. You may be seated. Anybody else? Do any of you know or have any family members or close friends had any dealings, directly or indirectly, with any of these entities? GTV, H-Coin, Hamilton Investment, Hayman Capital, HCHK Property Management, HCHK Technologies, Himalaya Exchange, Himalaya Farm Alliance, H.R. Owen, Hudson Diamond, Jovial Century, Jumio, Maywind, and Bear Bank, Mercantile Bank, Mountain of Spices, New Federal State of China, NFSC, Next Bank, OSC, Orbit Service Company. Anyone know or have any family members or close friends that have had dealings with those entities, directly or indirectly? I'm going to continue with my list. Passione Rossa, Faxis, Post Oak Motors, Promemoria, R.H. Sotheby's, Rule of Law Foundation, Rule of Law Society, Strategic Vision, Taurus Management, Voice of GUO, Voice of Good. Anybody know or have any family members or friends who have had dealings, directly or indirectly, with any of those entities? Page 140. The events in this case took place at or around 188 East 64th Street in Manhattan, 19 Hohai Beiyan, Xiqing District, Beijing, People's Republic of China, 20 South Bay Road, Repulse Bay, Hong Kong, 3 Columbus Circle in Manhattan, 373 Taconic Road in Greenwich, Connecticut, the Crocker Mansion at 675 Ramapo Valley Road in Mahwah, New Jersey, Pengda 7-Star Hotel in Beijing, Chaoyang, Beijing, 100101 in People's Republic of China, and the Sherry Netherland Hotel, 5th Avenue, apartment 1801 New York, New York. Anyone familiar with these locations? Do any of you know or have any of you or your relatives or close friends had any association or business dealings with any member of the staff of United States Attorney's Office for the Southern District of New York, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the Securities and Exchange Commission, or SEC, or the Department of Homeland Security? Have you, a family member? I'm sorry. Oh, what is your number? Juror, 89. The court, and what have your dealings been? Juror, oh, just there are a number of former SEC employees that I work with directly on a daily basis. I don't know if that counts. The court, all right. You may be seated. Juror, thank you. Page 141. The court. Have you, a family member or close friend, ever been employed by any federal, state, or local law enforcement agency, or the justice system? Oh, there's an additional person over there. What is your number, please? Juror. Yes, Your Honor. 98. The late Bill Pauley, Judge Bill Pauley, married me 6 years ago. The court. He presided over your wedding. Juror. Correct. The court. Okay. Thank you. Juror. 75. Your Honor. Formerly employed by the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Western District of Virginia. It was within law school, though, so I wasn't employed, but I was trial practice certified. The court. All right. Thank you. Juror. I'm number 11. My sister works for the federal government. The court. Your assistant? Juror. My sister. The court. Your sister. Juror. Yes. The court. And what does she do? Juror. She's an ALJ with the Department of Health and Human Services, Your Honor. The court. And is there anything about her job that would prevent you from being a fair and impartial juror in this case? Page 142. Juror. No, Your Honor. The court. Considering that your sister is employed by the federal government, would that cause you to side with the government in this case? Juror. No, Your Honor. The court. Would it cause you to have a bias against the government? Juror. No, Your Honor. The court. Would it cause you to side with the defense? Juror. No, Your Honor. The court. Would it cause you to have a bias against the defense? Juror. No, Your Honor. The court. Is there anything that would prevent you from being a fair and impartial juror in this case? Juror. No, Your Honor. The court. Anyone else? What is your number? Juror. 95. My younger brother is a prosecutor in Long Island. The court. In the state? Juror. I think he's in Mineola. I don't think it is state. I'm not too sure on that one. The court. Is there anything about your relationship with your brother or his work that would prevent you from being a fair and impartial juror in this case? Page 143. Juror. Not really. The court. Because your brother is a prosecutor, would that cause you to side with the prosecution in this case? Juror. No. The court. Would you be against the prosecution? Juror. No, Your Honor. The court. Would you have a bias against the defense? Juror. No, Your Honor. The court. Would you be for the defense? Juror. No, Your Honor. The court. Anything that would prevent you from being a fair and impartial juror in this case? Juror. No, Your Honor. The court. Anyone else? Juror. My daughter used to work at the New York City Department of Investigation, in particular for the New York Police Department, but she's now working for a different department for the city. The court. So, is your daughter a lawyer? Juror. No. Well, she does analysis for New York City Department of. The court. And your number again, sir? Juror. Number 4. Page 144. The court. Okay. So, is there anything about your daughter's work at any of those divisions that would prevent you from being a fair and impartial juror in this case? Juror. No. The court. Considering that she works for the government, would that make you side with the government in this case? Juror. No. The court. Would you be against the government? Juror. No. I would be fair. The court. You would be fair. Okay. I'm asking you, would you have a bias against the government? Juror. No. The court. Would you have a bias in favor of the defense? Juror. No. The court. Would you have a bias against the defense? Juror. No. The court. Anything that would prevent you from being a fair and impartial juror? Juror. No. The court. Anybody else? Juror. Yes. The court. Your number, please. Juror. Number 15. My sister works for the U.S. Department of State. Page 145. The court, okay. So considering that she works for the federal government, is there anything about her job or your relationship with her that would prevent you from being a fair and impartial juror in this case? Juror. No, Your Honor. The court. Would you favor the government because your sister works for the government? Juror. No, Your Honor. The court. Would you be against the government? Juror. No, Your Honor. The court. Would you have a bias against the defense? Juror. No. The court. A bias in favor of the defense? Juror. None. The court. Anything that would prevent you from being a fair and impartial juror? Juror. No, Your Honor. The court. Your number, please. Juror. Number 60, Your Honor. My father was an auxiliary police officer with the NYPD. The court. All righty. Is there anything about his job that would prevent you from being a fair and impartial juror in this case? Juror. I believe it may bias me towards the side of the police department, if that was the question, ma'am. Page 146. The court. So would you agree with me that in every profession, there are those who are competent and who have integrity, and then there are those who are incompetent and who lack integrity in every profession? Juror. It depends on what we would describe as a profession. The court. Every job. There are those that do their job competently and with integrity, and then there are those who don't. Juror. There are jobs that are inherently bad or immoral, in my opinion. The court. So, let's just stick with being an auxiliary police officer. Do you consider that to be a job that can be characterized as a positive contribution to society? Juror. Yes, Your Honor. The court. But would you agree that there are some who take on that role who may not be good at it? Juror. Yes, Your Honor. The court. And there may be some who lack integrity when they carry out their duties. Is that correct? Juror. Yes, Your Honor. The court. All right. So knowing that there are good apples and bad apples, would you have a bias in favor of a law enforcement official who is on the witness stand? Page 147. Juror. I would think that the majority would be good, so that seems to be a bias. The court. So you're saying you would give any law enforcement witness the benefit of the doubt? Juror. Yes, ma'am. The court. Okay. You may be seated. Who else? Juror. Juror 69. My daughter currently works for the Connecticut State Court System as a court recorder. The court. She's a stenographer? Juror. No, recorder. So she has electronic means and she sits in trials and records and transcribes. The court. In the same way that this very competent individual is doing? Juror. Perhaps. It looks very similar. The court. All right. Okay. Is there anything about her job that would prevent you from being a fair and impartial juror in this case? Juror. No. The court. And it would not interfere with your ability to come into the courtroom with an open mind? Juror. No, it doesn't. The court. Okay then. You may be seated. Have you or any family member, individually or in the course of business, ever been a party to any legal action or dispute with the United States or any offices, departments, agencies, or employees of the United States, or have any interest in any such legal action or dispute or its outcome? Your number, sir? Page 148. Juror 76. I do tax preparation. I constantly fight with the IRS. The court. You can distinguish between the IRS and other departments of the government, right? Juror. Certainly. The court. Okay. Anybody else? Does anyone have any bias, prejudice, or other strong feelings for or against United States Department of Justice, United States Attorney's Office, or any law enforcement agency? Have any of you read, heard, or seen anything in the newspaper, on the internet, or on TV about this case? And I address this question to those who have not already answered the question. And in answering the question, I don't want you to disclose the contents of what you may have heard. Juror. Okay. Juror 89. I've read some internet articles about the case. The court, okay. You may be seated. Juror, I wouldn't say that Your Honor, Juror 78. I wouldn't say that I actually saw the details of the case, but just standing outside, I heard associations about the case, just loud, on the megaphone. I didn't know about it before this morning, Your Honor. Page 149. The court, when you say standing outside, what do you mean by that? Juror, with the megaphone, there was just something comparing this to another case. The court, are you saying that you exited the courthouse and you heard something? Juror, yes. The court, okay. And without stating what you heard. Juror, yes. The court, does that have any impact on your ability to be a fair and impartial juror in this case? Juror, no, Your Honor. The court, so you understand that here in the United States we have freedom of speech. Juror, yes, Your Honor. The court, and we can praise or criticize individuals in public, right? Juror, yes, Your Honor. The court, that's right. And so given that precious freedom, that does not mean that what someone says is necessarily going to influence you. Is that correct? Juror, yes, Your Honor. Page 150. The court, that's right. Okay. Who else? This trial will likely generate media attention. Will each of you follow my instruction that you should absolutely avoid reading, watching, or listening to media reports concerning the case, including coverage of the case on social media, like Facebook, Twitter, blogs, etc., until after the case is over? The jurors, yes. The court, is there anyone who cannot follow that instruction? Will each of you follow my instruction that you may not research or talk about the case with other people until the case is over? The jurors, yes. The court, is there anyone who will not follow that instruction? As I mentioned, during the trial you will hear evidence concerning alleged racketeering, an alleged racketeering conspiracy involving wire fraud, securities fraud, bank fraud, and money laundering. Will the nature of the charges affect your ability to render a fair verdict? Have you or anyone close to you been involved in any proceedings involving the U.S. Securities and Exchange Commission? Page 151. Have you or anyone close to you filed for bankruptcy or been involved in a bankruptcy proceeding? Juror 79. My girlfriend is a restructuring attorney. The court, did you say your girlfriend is a restructuring attorney? Juror, yes. The court, so your girlfriend is involved in assisting clients who need to restructure their debt. Is that correct? Juror, correct. The court, and would that have any impact on your ability to be a fair and impartial juror in this case? Juror, no, Your Honor. The court, anybody else? Do you or anyone close to you have strong views about the Chinese government or the Chinese Communist Party? Juror, yes, Your Honor. There's been a lot of news about their treatment of I believe it's Uyghur people. Also, the political situation with Taiwan is very concerning for the future, as the situation with Hong Kong was a few years ago. The court, counsel, would you step up, please? At the sidebar. The court, so I suspect that any number of people may have strong feelings about the Chinese government or the CPC. What line of questioning do you want me to pursue? Page 152. Mr. Finkel, Your Honor, we would ask if people have strong feelings if they want to. I think it would be appropriate to deal with those feelings at sidebar, since there could be a wide range of things that could be relevant to the trial or irrelevant to the trial. That would be government's view. The court, so this individual, for example, what would you want me to ask him? He said he's not happy with Taiwan, he's not happy with the Uyghurs. What else? Mr. Finkel, this individual I think should be struck for cause because he has a bias in favor of law enforcement. The court, yes, we know that already. But there may be somebody who comes along who says something similar about the Chinese. Mr. Finkel, I think it should be explored, and I think that it should be asked of him whether what he's heard he can put out of his mind so that he can focus on the evidence or lack of evidence that is introduced at this trial, render a fair and impartial verdict based on what he sees and hears at this trial, and follow your instructions. Ms. Shroff, Your Honor, I think every government summation I've ever heard is, use your common sense, don't leave it at the door. His common sense would include the bad acts of the Communist Party of China, so I think it's kind of a tight balance here asking somebody to set aside. So maybe, before the person. Actually, I think he's the only one who may have raised his hand. So, page 153. The court. I'm not going to bring him up because we've already decided. Ms. Shroff, I don't know if there's anybody else. The court. I think there might be another person. Ms. Shroff. Oh, there might be? The court. I'm just trying to understand what it is that you want me to get at. Mr. cr-00118. Personally, I would just ask, whatever their feelings are about the Chinese party, can you be fair and impartial in this case, in the same way you would ask about any other? Mr. Finkel, Your Honor, the government's concern is that part of their defense, I think, is that Mr. GUO is fighting against the Chinese Communist Party, and if a juror may not decide on the facts of this case, and just decide that this is an individual who's fighting against the Chinese Communist Party, they would be sympathetic to him. That would mean someone who's not fair and impartial. That's what the government's concern is. Mr. cr-00118. I think Your Honor can address that by asking, can you be fair and impartial? Page 154. The court. I'm not going to bring up the defense. Mr. cr-00118. No, certainly not, Your Honor. I would simply say, whatever your feelings are about the Chinese Communist Party, can you be fair and impartial about your verdict in this case? That's all. The law clerk. Judge. There's someone else who wants to talk about the duration of trial. He just missed the question. The court, okay. So, if you'll have him come up. The law clerk. Judge, also, juror number 60. I think he's already been struck. Juror present at sidebar. The court. Sir, what is your number? Juror. 73. The court. What's your name? Juror. XXXXXXXXXX. The court. What is the problem? Juror. Now I didn't go up here earlier about the duration issue, so I wanted to hear what, the case is about, like that, but now that I think this is going to be a long trial and I work in the finance at Columbia University, and this is the end of the fiscal year, and I'm heavily involved with the closing. If the trial. The court. The closing of what? Juror. The books, accounting books. So if the trial is going to be every day, that affects me. Page 155. The court. But when you're away from your job at Columbia, you're still receiving 100% of your salary, aren't you? Juror. I do. The court. And if you got hit by a truck today, they'd find someone else with your skills to fill in your position. Isn't that right? Juror. That's correct. The court. Okay. So you can be absent from your job. Juror. Okay. But what I'm saying is what I do right now. In this situation, nobody does it except me. The court. Right. But that doesn't mean that's someone else. Juror. I know. Nobody is indispensable. The court. Yes. Juror. Yes. I'm just saying my concern. The court. I understand you're saying that this may be your specialty. Juror. Yes. The court. I bet Columbia University has tremendous resources, and it can identify other people who may not be as good as you are, but who may approximate your skills and talents. All right. You may step back. Page 156. Juror not present. The court. I'm not going to excuse him. The law clerk. On 60. The conversation about the police officer was while he's standing up over there, and I think we had a conversation at sidebar. The court. So number 60. The young man who was talking about his father being an auxiliary police officer. Do we agree that he should be struck for cause? Mr. Finkel. Yes, Your Honor. Mr. cr-00118. Yes, Your Honor. The court. Okay. In open court. The court. Is there someone else responding to the last question? Okay. Juror 81, Your Honor. The court. What number is that? Juror 81. The court. Yes. Go ahead. Juror, I'm a member of the military reserves, and they've been telling us about potential conflict with China, but that's pretty much. The court. Okay. So I imagine that they must tell you that we need to prepare to deal with any number of different countries. Isn't that correct? Juror. Yes. Page 157. The court. Okay. So the fact that they may have mentioned China, would that prevent you from being a fair and impartial juror in this case? Juror. No, Your Honor. The court. Do you have any particularly strong feelings about China? Juror. No, Your Honor. The court. All right. You may be seated. You may hear testimony about or from former senior members of the Trump administration, including Steve Bannon and Peter Navarro. Do you have any strong views about advisors to former President Donald Trump, including Steve Bannon and Peter Navarro, that would prevent you from being a fair and impartial juror in this case? All right. Please step up. At the sidebar, juror present. The court. Hi there. What's your number? Juror 11, Your Honor. The court. What did you want to tell me? Juror. To be truthful, I don't trust them. I don't trust Steve Bannon. Those are my. The court. So. Juror. Just in terms of what I've read in the news. The court. So there may be things in the news about an individual that concern you, but we're not thinking about an individual generally. Page 158. It's only with respect to this case. And so, what a juror has to do is to come in with an open mind and listen to the evidence in the case, listen to the witnesses, review the documents, follow my instructions on the law. Juror. Yes, Your Honor. The court. And not concern themselves with things they've heard outside the courtroom. Juror. Yes, Your Honor. The court. Can you do that and be a fair and impartial juror? Juror. I don't think so, Your Honor, to be very honest. The court. Why not? Juror. I've just been following a lot of the news over the past 4 years, and his beliefs are not my beliefs, and that's pretty much how I feel about that, Your Honor. The court. I understand that maybe his politics are different from your own. Juror. Yes, Your Honor. The court. But the question is, can you, knowing that you disagree with him, you can disagree with a person, right? I'm sure that you have family members or friends where you strongly disagree with them. Juror. Yes, Your Honor. Page 159. The court. But does that make you unable to be fair and impartial towards them? Juror. No, Your Honor. I understand the question. The court. You can be fair and impartial in this case? Juror. Yes, Your Honor. The court. Okay. You may step back. Juror not present. Mr. cr-00118, Your Honor, she's clearly struggling with that answer. She said no initially. Obviously, Your Honor brought up the family member analogy and that brought her around, but she very clearly, from my perspective, said that her feelings about Steve Bannon, who is going to come up in the trial in connection with the businesses here, she doesn't trust him. She doesn't think he's honest. So I don't think there's any way that she should not be excused for cause. Ms. Schroff. Also, Your Honor, the fact pattern is such that Steve Bannon is standing, according to the government's evidence, next to Mr. GUO, making a political announcement. If she actually said, I simply don't trust Bannon, she's obviously going to. The obvious context is, it's in the very context in which she doesn't trust him, and her words were, I don't think so, Your Honor, to be honest. She only came around because the link was to a family member, whom you have to like whether or not you disagree or not. Family you're stuck with. Page 160. The court. So, what context do you understand that Mr. Bannon is going to come up, if you feel comfortable telling me that? Ms. Shroff, I don't know. It's the government's proof. They can. The court, I don't know. I don't know if you're bringing him up. I don't know. Ms. Shroff, no. The government is going to bring him up, not us. The court, the only thing I know about Mr. Bannon and Mr. GUO is that Mr. Bannon was arrested on his yacht. Is there more to it than that? Mr. Finkel, yes, Your Honor. The court, okay. Mr. Finkel, there's more to it than that. Just to be transparent, of course, to the court, the government views Mr. Bannon as a co-conspirator in this case. What's at issue here is whether or not this juror can be fair and impartial. As defense counsel both pointed out earlier, everyone brings their own sort of common sense and biases to any interaction they have. And what matters, which is key for the court, Your Honor, is when you asked her, can you be fair and impartial? Can you place what you know out of the courtroom outside of your mind and base your decision only on the witnesses and the evidence you hear in this case? And she said yes. So if they want to strike her as a peremptory, they're free to do that. Page 161. Ms. Shroff, that's not what happened. She said, no, I don't think so, Your Honor, to be honest. Then the court analogized and asked about the family structure. Then she let out, and I wrote down on my card a big sigh, and she stopped. So I do not think that that is correctly characterized. The court, let's bring her back. Juror present. The court, I expect that Stephen Bannon will come up in this case, and you expressed disagreement with his political views. Juror, yes, Your Honor. The court, knowing that he will come up in the case, can you put aside your negative views toward him? I understand that you have them, but put them aside and be a fair and impartial juror in this case. Juror, yes, Your Honor. The court, you may step back. Juror not present. Mr. Cr-00118, we renew our objection, Your Honor. Mr. Skirek, only because I've been recently reviewing some of the government's exhibits. One of the government's summary exhibits that they plan to introduce very early on for one of the early witnesses very prominently has Steve Bannon on videos with his speaking by association with Mr. GUO and the Rule of Law Foundation. So right up front, we're going to have to confront this issue where Mr. Bannon is speaking essentially on behalf of the defendant. Page 162. The court, okay. Could you read back to me my question and her answer? Record read. The court, all right. I believe that I have rehabilitated her, and so I am not going to dismiss her for cause. Ms. Shroff, Your Honor, Stephen Bannon isn't just going to come up. The evidence that she's going to be receiving is that Miles GUO and Stephen Bannon jointly put forward a political movement, right? And she has said she distrusts that. So, at the very least, could the court ask her that if there was evidence linking the defendant to Mr. Bannon, would she still be fair and impartial towards the defendant while she's judging him? It's not a byline that Steve Bannon is. The way the question comes up is, Steve Bannon's name will come up. Sure, his name may come up. Then we wouldn't have this argument. But he's closely aligned. There's a lot of testimony that comes out about Steve Bannon here. The court, what I asked her to assume is that he is involved in this case. That's what I said. And I'm acknowledging that she has a bad impression of Stephen Bannon, and she has said she can still be fair. I'm not going to dismiss her for cause. Could we have the next person? Page 163. Next juror present. The court, hi. What is your number? Juror, 16. The court, and your name, please. Juror, XXXXXXXXXX. The court, what is the issue? Juror, I think I would find it difficult to be impartial given that there might be Trump administration individuals involved in the case. The court, so you feel that you have a bias for or against people who are affiliated with Donald Trump? Juror, yes. The court, so if I told you that there are individuals who are involved in the case who are associated with Donald Trump, knowing that now, Could you set aside whatever your feelings are, good or bad? Can you set them aside and come into the court with an open mind? Listen to the evidence of the case, hear the witnesses, review the documentary evidence, follow my instructions on the law, and be a fair and impartial juror? Juror, I could. I just don't know that I would believe what they're saying is true. So even though I could listen to your instructions and try to follow them, I don't know that I would feel that I could trust the testimony they gave as inherently true. Just. Page 164. The court. So I understand you to say that you have a bias against people involved with Donald Trump. Is that correct? Juror, yes. The court, okay. You may step back. Juror not present. The court, all right. I think that she should be dismissed for cause. Mr. cr-00118. Thank you, Your Honor. The court, number 16, is that correct? Ms. Schroff. Yes, Your Honor. The court, all right then. Next juror present. The court, hello. What is your number? Juror, number 15. The court, yes. Juror, 15. The court, and your name, please. Juror, XXXXXXXXXX. The court, what's your last name? Juror, XXXXXXXXXX. The court, and what is the issue? Page 165. Juror, I'm not sure I can trust the testimony of Steve Bannon. The court, so I'm not saying that he necessarily will be testifying in this case. What I'm saying is that he will come up. He is an involved individual. And so it sounds to me, when you say that you cannot trust him, that you have a negative viewpoint of him. Juror, I think he's a vile human being. The court, okay. Juror, sorry. The court, is that because of the political views that he has expressed? Juror, no. It's more as a woman. I just find him to be despicable. The court, okay. I understand you have negative, intensely negative feelings about him. Juror, thank you for acknowledging that. The court, but the question is, can you, knowing that you have these feelings, put them aside and come into the courtroom with an open mind, listen to the witnesses testify, review the documentary evidence, follow my instructions on the law, and be a fair and impartial juror? Juror, yes, I do think I can do that. The court, excellent. You can step back. Juror, thank you. Page 166. Juror not present. Mr. cr-00118, we're going to object. I understand her answer, but just so I can make the record, she referred to Steve Bannon as a vile human being. Steve Bannon is the reputed chairman of GTV and he's involved in the Rule of Law Foundation. He's in a video with Mr. GUO. He's going to be all over the case. And to have a juror who views him as, to use her term, a vile human being, regardless of her answer. The court, would you feel the same if she said that he was a saintly individual? Mr. cr-00118, well, obviously I would take a different perspective, but I think they would object, Your Honor, and on the same basis. The court, but an individual can be conscious of their feelings, good or bad, and still set them aside. She has said that she can set them aside. I do not believe she should be dismissed for cause. Ms. Schroff, Your Honor, maybe if you could just ask a clarifying question whether or not she could judge Mr. GUO fairly if she heard testimony that Mr. GUO and Mr. Bannon were in business together. That's the question I would ask. Because the government's evidence is going to show they're hand in hand for months at a time. The government is going to allege that Mr. GUO bought Mr. Bannon a house. The government is going to allege, literally, that he's a co-conspirator. So if a despicable human being is in a chain with you and you're a woman, and you know, as a woman, I have my own issues with Mr. Bannon, but I'm just saying, it's not that Bannon's name is going to appear. Page 167. It's that Bannon and Mr. GUO are going to be linked by the government. So the government's proof is that they're in business together. Then would you be able to be fair to Mr. GUO? That's the question. It's not a peripheral appearance by Mr. Bannon. So if it was Donald Trump, yeah, that's a peripheral appearance because Mr. GUO and Donald Trump don't stand on a yacht together announcing the rule of law foundation or doing anything else. They're actually, the evidence is, they are together. Mr. Finkel, Your Honor, the key fact about the interaction with that prospective juror is the court asked her, "Can you be fair and impartial, despite your prior opinions on Mr. Bannon?" She emphatically said yes. That's all that matters. That's what matters. Mr. cr-00118, no, Your Honor. Ms. Shroff, that's not all that matters, actually. The court, I'd like to bring her back. Juror present. Juror, hi. The court, beforehand, you used the words vile and despicable to describe Mr. Bannon. Juror, yes. Page 168. The court, and I asked you whether you could set aside your negative feelings and come into the court with an open mind and listen to the evidence in this case and follow my instructions on the law and be fair and impartial. You answered yes. Juror, if he's not on the witness stand. I said that before that I don't know if I could believe his word. The court, right. Okay. So let us assume that he's not going to be on the witness stand, but that there will be an allegation that he has a business relationship with the defendant. Can you set aside your negative feelings about Mr. Bannon and come into the courtroom with an open mind and listen to the evidence of the case, follow my instructions on the law, and be a fair and impartial juror, knowing that that is an allegation? Juror, that he has a business dealing with the defendant. The court, correct. Juror, yes. The court, very good. You may step back. Juror not present. Mr. cr-00118, we made our record. We're going to renew our objection. Page 169. Next juror present. The court, your number, please. Juror, 40. The court, and your name. Juror, XXXXXXXXXX. The court, and what is the problem? Juror, the question was, do I have an issue with Steve Bannon or former Trump officials? The court, yes. Juror, yes, I would have a hard time believing anything Steve Bannon said. The court, okay. You may step back. Juror not present. Ms. Shroff, didn't we let her go already? The court, yes, we did. Next juror present. Juror, I'm Juror 47, Your Honor. The court, yes. Juror, I just have against Trump, political views against Trump and Steve Bannon, and I don't think I would be able to be partial in this case. The court, okay. Thank you for coming forward. Juror not present. The court, we've already excused him. Next juror present. The court, what is your number? Juror, 52. Page 170. The court, your name? Juror, XXXXXXXXX. The court, and the issue, please? Juror, and the issue is more when you mention Trump. It just triggers the reaction. I can't in full conscience say I will be without prejudice with the mentioning of Steve Bannon. I would like to think I would, but I can't be. The court, I appreciate your candor. You may step back. Juror not present. Ms. Shroff, he was already struck, right? The court, yes, he was. Ms. Shroff, thank you. Next juror present. The court, hello. What is your number? Juror, 88. The court, and your name? Juror, XXXXXXXXX. The court, and what would you like to tell me? Juror, all I know about Mr. GUO at this point is that he gave Steve Bannon a yacht to live on for 2 years, and I think that's accurate. And I would not really be able to trust anything Mr. Bannon said. The court, so if I tell you that Mr. Bannon is not going to be a witness in this case, but the prosecution alleges that Mr. Bannon and the defendant had a business relationship. Juror, yeah. Page 171. The court, Can you set aside whatever feelings that you have based on things you've heard outside of the courtroom? Can you set those feelings aside, come into the courtroom with an open mind, listen to the evidence in the case, hear the witness testimony, review the documentary evidence, follow my instructions on the law, and be a fair and impartial juror? Juror, I would do my best. The court, well, I need a yes or no answer. Juror, yes. The court, okay. You may step back. Juror not present. Mr. Cumraju, we're going to object, Your Honor, that he's not being struck for cause. What he said was he couldn't trust anything that Steve Bannon said. The government's allegations are going to involve things that Steve Bannon said that they claim are false. What the juror says is that he can't trust anything. He doesn't know anything about the evidence, but a juror who says that. The court, all right. Let's bring him back. Juror present. The court, hi there. I believe that you said that you would not be able to trust Steve Bannon if he was a witness. Is that correct? Page 172. Juror, correct. Correct. The court, okay. So I expect that the government is going to put forth statements made by Mr. Bannon during the case, and so my question for you is, can you still put aside these negative feelings that you have about Mr. Bannon and knowing that his statements may be part of this trial? Can you come into the courtroom with an open mind and listen to the evidence in the case, listen to the witnesses, follow my instructions on the law, and be a fair and impartial juror? Juror, yes. The court, very good. Step back. Juror not present. Next juror present. The court, hello. What's your number? Juror. Number 60. The court, okay. Go ahead. Juror. If Steve Bannon's testimony is involved, I can't trust a word that Bannon said. I can't. I think he's a cheat and a liar. He and Cohen and Flynn and Trump himself and the rest are despicable, so. The court, thank you for your honesty. You may step back. Juror not present. The court, he's already been excused. Mr. Finkel, yes. He's really been trying so hard. Page 173. Next juror present. Juror, 89. The court, and your name, please. Juror, XXXXXXXXXX. The court, yes. Go ahead. Juror, I have to be honest. It's been a minute. The question is that Steve Bannon is going to be a witness. Potentially? The court, not that he would be a witness, but that he is involved in the case. There's an allegation that he has a business relationship with the defendant. Juror, okay. So my political leanings are not particularly. What's been going on over the last 8 years would lead me to have a bias against Steve Bannon. I don't know how that would affect my view of his testimony. I would try to be unbiased, but I can't promise that. The court, thank you for your candor. You may step back. Juror not present. The court, she's already been excused. Next juror present. The court, hi. Your number, please. Juror, 42. The court, and your name. Page 174. Juror, XXXXXXXXX. The court, go ahead. Juror, so given my sort of preconceptions of one of the individuals you mentioned, I would have a difficult time. The court, which individual? Juror, Steve Bannon. The court, so you have strong feelings about Mr. Bannon? Juror, yes. The court, you don't need to tell me whether they're favorable or unfavorable. Juror, yup. The court, but I expect the prosecution to allege that he had a business relationship with the defendant. And knowing that, could you put aside whatever feelings you have towards him and come into the court with an open mind, listen to the witness testimony, review the documentary evidence, follow my instructions on the law, and be a fair and impartial juror? Juror, in all honesty, no. The court, all right. You may step back. Juror not present. Next juror present. The court, hello. What is your number, please? Juror, 46. Page 175. The court, and your name. Juror. XXXXXXXXXX. The court, and the last name? Juror. XXXXXXXXXX. The court, okay. And what would you like to tell me? Juror. About bias for Steve Bannon, right? The court. Yes. Juror. I wouldn't trust anything he would say under oath if he were a witness. The court. So, he's not going to be a witness. Juror. Okay. The court. I expect that the government is going to allege that he had a business relationship with the defendant. Juror. Okay. The court. And so you said that you couldn't trust him. Essentially, you're expressing negative feelings toward him. But the question is, can you push away those negative feelings and come into the courtroom with an open mind and listen to the witness testimony, review the documentary evidence, follow my instructions on the law, and be a fair and impartial juror? Juror. I would think with my feelings, my bias, it might be a little more heavy, honestly. The court. Understood. Understood. Tell me your number one more time. Page 176. Juror. 46. The court. Thank you very much. Juror. All right. Thank you. Juror not present. The court. So I am going to dismiss 46 for cause. Mr. Finkel. No objection. Next juror present. Juror. 75. Your Honor. XXXXXXXXXX. I'd have a tough time, given the credibility of either of those two people you mentioned. The court. All right. Understood. You may step back. Juror. Okay. Juror not present. The court. He's already been. Mr. Finkel. Yeah. Mr. Kamaraju. Yeah. The court. Yes. Next juror present. The court. Hello. What's your number? Juror. Juror 94. The court, and your name. Juror. XXXXXXXXXX. The court. And what is the issue? Juror. I don't believe I could be a fair. Hearing the testimony from Bannon. Page 177. The court. So I would not expect Mr. Bannon to testify. Juror. Okay. The court. I expect that the government is going to say that he had a business relationship with the defendant. And so could you put aside these feelings that you have developed about Mr. Bannon up till now? Can you put them aside and come into the court with an open mind, listen to the witness testimony, review the documentary evidence, follow my instructions on the law, and be a fair and impartial juror? Juror. I would do my best. The court. So I need a yes or no answer. Juror. No. The court. Okay. Thank you. Juror not present. The court. What number is that? Miss Schroff. 94. The court. 94. So I will excuse her for cause. Next juror present. Juror. 95. The court. One moment, sir. One moment. Juror. Okay. The court. All right, sir. What is your number? Juror. 95. Page 178. The court. Your name again? Juror. XXXXXXXXX. The court. What is the problem? Juror. So this is an issue with the Trump administration. So I believe with all the misinformation, they divided the country to an extreme. And I believe you specifically mentioned Steve Bannon. I remember him being on TV where they had Trump, former Trump, Donald Trump having personal, physical contact with Steve Bannon and the negative. Given my negative opinion on Trump, that is my feeling on that. The court. You're saying that you have negative feelings toward Trump advisors? Juror. Yes. The court. So the question is, well, first of all, I don't expect Mr. Bannon to be a witness in the case. But I do expect that the prosecution will allege that he had a business relationship with Mr. GUO. And so the question is, Can you put aside these negative feelings that you have developed and come into the courtroom with an open mind and listen to the witness testimony, review the documentary evidence, and follow my instructions on the law and be a fair and impartial juror? Juror, I'll definitely give it a try, but the thing is, I cannot view him as an honest person because he definitely did contribute a lot toward the Donald Trump, former election of Donald Trump, President Trump. I mean, I have no idea whether he is I have no idea. But if he is here as a witness and if I'm hearing him, I cannot give 100% confidence that I'll completely trust. Page 179. The court. So, he's not going to appear as a witness. Juror, okay. The court. The allegation is that Mr. GUO has business dealings with him. Juror, okay. The court. And so, he will be mentioned. Juror, okay. The court. And the question is whether you can put aside your negative feelings about him that you come into the courtroom with now. Juror, okay. The court. And you can be aware that you have these negative feelings, but push them aside and come into the courtroom with an open mind, listen to the witness testimony, review the documentary evidence, and be a fair and impartial juror. Juror, I'll definitely try. The court, okay. You can step back. Juror not present. The court. He's number what? Mr. Finkel, 95. Page 180. Juror, I'm going to dismiss him for cause. Next juror present. The court. Number 98. Your name, ma'am. Juror, yes. My name is XXXXXXXXXX. The court. Go ahead. Juror, I find the previous administration's sense of alternative facts to be the root of a significant threat to American democracy. I find Mr. Bannon to be as repugnant a human being as you can find. I think that he's a liar, that he's a master manipulator, probably a thief, and I can't imagine any evidence that would change my mind about that. The court. Thank you for your candor. You may step back. Juror, thank you. Juror not present. Next juror present. Juror, good afternoon. The court, you're number 22? And your name, sir? Juror, XXXXXXXXXX. The court, okay. And what would you like to say? Juror, yes. I think my concern is really about Steve Bannon. I happen to listen to the news a lot, and I personally don't like his position when it comes to race matters, his view on people like me. So whatever he has to say, really, I don't really find anything positive coming out of him. So with that in mind, him as a witness would. I think it would. It will impair or affect my judgment of anything he has to say. Page 181 and 182. The court. So, he will not be appearing as a witness. Juror, okay. The court. The government alleges that Mr. Bannon had a business relationship with Mr. GUO. Juror, okay. The court. And so there will be statements made by Mr. Bannon, but he is not going to be present in the courtroom. And so the question is, can you put aside these negative feelings that you already have about him? Can you put them aside? Come into the courtroom with an open mind, listen to the witness testimony, review the documentary evidence, follow my instructions on the law, and be a fair and impartial juror. Juror, those are the concerns that I would try to work on, but I will work on it is what I can say standing right here. I would try to work on it. I can't give a definite yes or no right now, just because of those feelings. The court, okay. You may step back. Juror, okay. Juror not present. The court, he's 22. I'm going to excuse him for cause. Mr. cr-00118, Your Honor, we were just going to ask if you would ask a specific question with respect to statements from Mr. Bannon as part of the government's proof with jurors 11 and 16. The court, if you'll have 11 come back. Ms. Murray, 16 was struck. Mr. cr-00118, oh. 16 was struck? Then, obviously. Ms. Schroff, no. You have the wrong number then. Mr. cr-00118, 15, Your Honor. I apologize. Miss Schroff, 11 and 15, Your Honor. I'm sorry. Continued on next page. Page 183. Mr. Finkel, the government has no objection to the additional question about the statements. I think really the heart of the matter is whether the jurors can be fair and impartial or whether they would associate that because the defendant had a business relationship with him, they couldn't be fair and impartial, and they couldn't put that out of their mind. That's really the inquiry. Ms. Schroff, it's not just a business relationship. The government is going to argue that they were on a yacht together for days and weeks at a time, that he lived with Bannon and GUO. They lived together. GUO gave him a ton of money. Bannon joins in his political movement. We're not talking about a business relationship where, to a bank, I lent him 10 grand and then he didn't pay my 10 grand back. There's a business relationship and then there's GUO and Bannon. And that is going to come from the government. They're going to put that forward. Mr. cr-00118, just to be specific, the particular part of the business relationship are businesses that the government alleges to be part of the racketeering enterprise, so GTV, the Rule of Law Foundation. So it's not sort of an esoteric relationship. Mr. Finkel, Your Honor, really what they're getting at is whether the juror, and this is a fair question, whether the juror would associate Mr. Bannon. The mere association between the two of them would tend to make the juror have a bias against the defendant, find against the defendant. That's really the question. And if the answer to that is yes, I think the government wouldn't object to cause. The court, all right. We'll have her come in. Page 184. Juror present. The court. Hi there. I had mentioned before that Mr. Bannon is not going to be a witness. But the government alleges that there was a business relationship between Mr. GUO, the defendant, and Mr. Bannon. Is the fact that they had this relationship going to cause you to be biased against Mr. GUO? Juror. No. The court. You can be a fair and impartial juror despite that? Juror. Yes, Your Honor. The court. Please step back. Juror not present. The court. I'm going as far as I'm going to go. Juror present. The court. Hello again. Juror. This is very nerve-wracking. The court. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Your number again? Juror. 15. Page 185. The court. Okay. So I had mentioned before that Mr. Bannon is not going to be testifying. Juror. Okay. The court. What is alleged is that the defendant, Mr. GUO, and Mr. Bannon had a business relationship. The fact that the government will allege that they had a business relationship, is that going to cause you to be biased against Mr. GUO, the defendant? Juror. No. The court. You can be fair and impartial? Juror. Yes. The court. All righty. Please step back. Juror not present. The court. Is that it? The law clerk. Yes, Judge. The court. Okay. In open court. The court. Do you have any strong views about cryptocurrency that would prevent you from being a fair and impartial juror? All righty. If you'll step up, please. At sidebar. Juror present. The court. Hi there. Juror. Hi there. Page 186. The court. And what is your number? Juror. 99. The court. Okay. What did you want to tell me? Juror. Well, I never care for the whole idea of cryptocurrency because I felt like, who do they think they are, trying to change the American gold standard. And so it turned me off. And I thought that it was just some kind of rip-off, the people, kind of falsehood. The court. Okay. Thank you for your candor. All right. You may go back. Juror not present. The court. We can go back. Ms. Schroff. Okay. Thank you. Your Honor, are we going till 5 today? Straight through? The court. Oh, yes, yes, yes. Ms. Schroff, I just want to know if you're going to take a bathroom break. The court. I'm not going to take a break unless one of these potential jurors asks me. Ms. Schroff. All right. Then I'll just grin and bear it. In open court. The court. Is it your opinion that the actions charged in the indictment, as I have described them, should not be crimes or should not be prosecuted by the government? Page 187. Have you been involved as a defendant, victim, witness, or in any other way in any prosecution for fraud or money laundering? The defendant is charged with acting with others in committing the alleged crimes. Some of those other individuals are not on trial in this case. You may not draw any inference, favorable or unfavorable, toward the government or the defendant from that fact. You also may not speculate as to the reason why other persons are not on trial. Would any of you have any difficulty following this instruction? Have you, a family member or close friend, ever been involved or appeared as a witness in any investigation by a federal or state grand jury or by a congressional or state legislative committee, licensing authority, or governmental agency? Have you, a family member or close friend, ever been questioned in any manner by a federal, state, or local law enforcement agency, including the FBI? Your number, please. Juror 76. The court, okay. And what happened? Juror: I tried to be an FBI agent when I was about 21 years old, and I went through the whole process. Page 188. The court, okay. Thank you for letting me know. Anybody else? Your number? Juror 15. I have numerous friends and family that work for the federal government, and one or two of them, I was interviewed by the FBI as part of their security clearance. The court: so you essentially were a reference for those individuals? Juror: correct. The court: is there anything about that experience that would cause you to be biased in favor of or against either party in this case? Juror: no. The court: anybody else? Have you, a family member or close friend, ever been a witness or a complainant in any hearing or trial, whether state, local, or federal? Juror: number 10. I was a witness probably 25 years ago, and I worked in retail for shoplifting cases, but that's about it. The court: and what court did you appear in? Juror: Queens County Court. The court: and is there anything about that experience as a witness in a shoplifting case that would prevent you from being a fair and impartial juror in this case? Juror: no. Page 189. The court: did you witness the shoplifting? Juror: yes. The court: would that make you favor the government in this case? Juror: no. The court: would you be biased against the government? Juror: no. The court: would it make you favor the defendant in the case? Juror: no. The court: would you be biased against the defendant? Juror: no. The court: are you, a family member or close friend, under subpoena or, to your knowledge, about to be subpoenaed in a criminal case? Have you, a family member or close friend, ever been charged with a crime? Have you, a family member or close friend, ever been the subject of any investigation or accusation by any grand jury, federal or state? If you'll step up, please. At sidebar. Juror present. The court: hi there. What is your number? Juror 16. Page 190. The court: and what did you want to tell me? Juror: my grandfather was accused of fraud and assault by a partner, and he was put in jail briefly. I don't think he was ever fully charged. But he was put in jail because of assault towards her, and she accused him of fraud. Social Security fraud, I think. The court: all righty. Thank you very much. Juror not present. In open court. The court: anyone else? Okay. Have you, a family member or close friend, ever been the victim of a crime? Go ahead. Your number? Juror 89. I was mugged. The court: all righty. Thank you for letting me know. Who else? Juror 52. The court: number 52. You're saying that you were mugged. Is that correct? Juror: correct. The court: who else? Juror Number 58. My car was stolen. The court. Number 58. Your car was stolen. And so when did that happen? Page 191. Juror. About 10 years ago. The court. And where was that? Juror. In Brooklyn. The court. Did you report that to the police? Juror. Yes. The court. Did you get the car back? Juror. I did. Not in good condition, but yes. The court. Were you satisfied with the way the police handled the case? Juror. Yes. The court. Is there anything about that experience that would cause you to be biased against the defendant? Juror. No. The court. Would you favor the defendant? Juror. No. The court. Would you be biased against the government? Juror. No. The court. Would you favor the government? Juror. No. The court. Who else? Juror. My sister was recently shot. The court. I'm so sorry to hear that. Is she okay? Juror. She is alive, but okay would be stretching it. Page 192. The court. Very sorry to hear that. And I hope that she recovers. Who else? Juror. I was mugged twice. The court. And what number are you? Juror. 88. Sorry. The court. And when did those muggings happen? Juror. Probably 25 years ago. The court. Was that here in New York? Juror. Yes. The court. And did you report the muggings? Juror. Yes. Well, one I reported one. No, I reported both of them. The court. And was anybody held accountable? Juror. Well, the perpetrator of the second mugging was arrested for a much worse mugging. And he was held accountable for that. I don't know what happened to my case. The court. And the first matter was not dealt with at all? Juror. No. The court. Okay. So given that you were mugged twice and no one was held accountable for those muggings, would that interfere with your ability to be a fair and impartial juror in this case? Juror. No. Page 193. The court. Anybody else? Juror. 16. My boyfriend was mugged a couple of months ago. The court. Thank you for telling me. One moment. Juror. Hello. Number 42. The court. And what happened? Juror. I had money removed from my bank account on 2 occasions by an illegal, by somebody else who shouldn't have been doing that. The court. Who else? Juror. Number 90. My home was burglarized. The court. And where was that? Juror. In Westchester County. The court. And was anybody held accountable? Juror. No. The court. And when did this happen? Juror. 2015. The court. You reported it to the police? Juror. Yes. The court. Were you satisfied with the way the police handled the case? Juror. Yes, but we lost a lot of things. The court. So considering that your house was burglarized, you lost possessions, no one was held accountable, would that cause you to have a bias against the defendant in this case? Juror. No. Page 194. The court. Would you have a bias against the government in this case? Juror. No. The court. Would you be biased in favor of the defendant? Juror. No. The court. Biased in favor of the government? Juror. No. The court. Is there anything that would prevent you from being a fair and impartial juror in this case? Juror. No. The court. Anyone else? Have you ever served on a jury or grand jury in federal or state court? What number? Juror. 76. The court. And when was that? Juror. I would say about 20 years ago. The court. Okay. Who else? Juror. 75. A grand jury here in the Southern District about 6 or 7 years ago. The court. Who else? Juror. Juror 77. Like 4 or 5 years ago here. Page 195. The court. Here in this courthouse. Juror. No, it was state. The court. It was state court? Juror, yeah. The court. And was it a civil or criminal case? Juror, criminal. The court. And without telling me the verdict, did you reach a verdict? Juror, partial. Not all the counts. The court. Did the jury reach a unanimous verdict on at least one count? Juror, yes. The court, okay. Given your experience in state court, is there anything that would prevent you from being a fair and impartial juror in this case? Juror, no. The court, who else? Juror, number 88. I've been on civil and criminal in New York State and also federal court. The court, in what county? Juror, Manhattan, New York. The court, and the criminal cases that you were on, did they reach a verdict? Juror, yes. The court, okay. And the civil cases, what happened in those cases? Page 196. Juror, reached a verdict. The court, and how recent was the most recent jury service? Juror, that I was actually on the case. The court, that you were a member of the jury. Juror, 20 years ago, I would say. The court, okay. Juror, 42. This was a state case, criminal, well over 10 years ago. The court, thank you. Who else? Juror, number 52. I was in a civil case in Kings County about 15 years ago. The court, thank you. Who else? Juror, so number 12. I was on a state criminal case in 2016 as an alternate juror. The court, and were you placed on the jury? Did you substitute in for one of the jurors? Juror, I was on the jury, so I listened to the entire trial, but I was excused before the decision. The court, so you didn't participate in reaching a verdict, correct? Juror, correct. Page 197. The court, how long ago was that? Juror, 2016. The court, okay. Who else? Juror, number 5. Civil, 10 years ago. The court, where? Juror, Manhattan County. The court, and did that go to verdict? Juror, yes. The court, okay. Juror, criminal trial in the Bronx, Bronx Criminal Court, 15 years ago maybe. The court, all right. Without telling me the verdict, did the jury reach a verdict? Juror, yes. The court, okay. Is there anything about that experience that would prevent you from being a fair and impartial juror in this case? Juror, no. The court, would you give the microphone to juror number 5? Is there anything about your experience being a juror that would prevent you from being a fair and impartial juror in this case? Juror, no, ma'am. Page 198. The court, the government witnesses in this case will include agents and analysts from the FBI. Would any of you be more or less likely to believe a witness merely because he or she is a law enforcement officer? And I address this question to those who have not already answered it. Some of the evidence admitted at trial may come from searches performed by law enforcement officers. I instruct you that those searches were legal and that the evidence obtained from those searches is admissible in this case. Do any of you have strong feelings about searches conducted by law enforcement officers or the use of evidence obtained from such searches that would interfere with your ability to be a fair and impartial juror in this case? Does anyone have any expectations about the types of evidence that the government or the defendant should or will present in this criminal trial or in a criminal trial more generally? Would everyone be able to follow the court's instruction that the government is not required to use any particular technique in order to investigate a case? Is there anybody who would not be able to follow that instruction? Under our system of law, the jury determines the facts and the court determines the law. These two areas are separate and distinct. At the end of the case, I will instruct you on the law. You're required to accept the law as I explain it to you. It will be your job to determine the facts subject to my explanation of the law. You may not substitute your notions of what the law is or what you think it should be. Page 199. Is there anyone who feels that he or she is either unwilling or unable to apply the law as I explain it to you? Under our system of law, every defendant is presumed innocent and cannot be found guilty unless a jury, having heard all the evidence in the case, unanimously decides that the evidence proves his guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. Is there anyone who has any difficulty accepting the law or the presumption of innocence as to the defendant? Under our system of law, the burden of proof is on the government. That burden never shifts to the defense. The defendant does not have to prove his innocence, present any evidence, testify, or cross-examine any of the government's witnesses. If the defendant chooses not to testify, you cannot hold that against him. Is there any juror who cannot follow that instruction? Conversely, if defense counsel decides to put on a case on the defendant's behalf, that fact does not shift the burden of proof to the defendant, nor does it diminish the obligation of the government to prove the defendant's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. Would any of you have any difficulty following this principle? The law provides that only the evidence produced here in the courtroom may be used by you to determine whether the government has met its burden of proving the defendant's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. Page 200. You may not consider any outside facts beyond the trial evidence. Is there anyone who has difficulty accepting that law? The law provides that the question of punishment is for the judge alone to decide. The question of the possible sentence that the defendant may receive cannot enter into your deliberations as to the guilt or innocence of the defendant. Is there any juror who cannot follow that instruction? If the evidence establishes the defendant's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt, is there anyone who feels that they could not render a verdict of guilty? If the evidence does not establish the defendant's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt, is there anyone who feels that they could not render a verdict of not guilty? Do any of you have any legal training? And I address this question to those of you who have not already answered it. What number are you? Juror. Number 40. The court. And what is the nature of your legal training? Juror. I used to work for the coalition of the International Criminal Court. The court. Okay. Who else? Juror. That's it for me. Page 201. The court. Does anyone have any religious, philosophical, or other beliefs that would make him or her unable to render a verdict? All righty. I am now going to move on to questioning the individual jurors. I'm going to start with number 2. If you would state your number. Juror. Number 2. The court, and your county of residence and neighborhood during the last 5 years. Juror. I lived in the Bronx, and I just moved to Manhattan this year. The court. Okay. How far did you go in school? Juror. To college or The court. Did you graduate high school? Juror. Yes. Bachelor's, college. The court. And you graduated college? Juror. Yes. The court. And what did you study in college? Juror. Biology and computer science. The court. And what is your current job? Juror. Laboratory technician for Columbia University. The court. Are you married or in a significant relationship? Juror. No. The court. What do the members of your household do for a living? Page 202. Juror. My mom works for the post office. My brother works for Starbucks. The court. Do you like to read books, magazines, or websites? Juror. Yeah. I like to read books. The court. What type of books? Juror. Fantasy. The court. Do you belong to any clubs or organizations? Juror. No. The court. How do you spend your spare time? Juror. Reading or playing video games. The court. Is there anything that would prevent you from being a fair and impartial juror in this case? Juror. I don't believe so. The court. It calls for a yes or no answer. Juror. Sorry, no. Yeah, no. Sorry. The court. Now, going on to number 4. If you would state your number, your county of residence. I'm sorry, your number 3. No, I'm going to number 4. If you would state your number, your county of residence, and your neighborhood during the past 5 years. Juror, I'm number 4. I live in the Bronx for the past 30 years. Page 203. The court. How long? Juror, 30 years. The court. 30. Juror, same place in the Bronx. The court. And what neighborhood there? Juror, 14th. Ogden Avenue. The court. Ogden Avenue? Juror, yes. The court. Actually, I don't think juror number 2 told me the neighborhood. Juror, Hudson Yards. The court. Hudson Yards. Okay. How far did you go in school? Juror, I went to Long Island University, get my bachelor degree in 2013, education. The court. In 2013 you got an education degree? Juror, yes. Bachelor degree. The court. And your current job? Juror, I work in the Department of Education, NYCDOE, as a special education teacher assistant. The court. Are you married or in a significant relationship? Juror, yeah, I'm married. The court. And your spouse. What does that person do for a living? Page 204. Juror, my wife stay home. The court. And is she a homemaker? Juror, yes. Yeah. The court, okay. And are there other adults in the house who work? Juror, yes. My daughter work at the New York City Department of Housing and Preservation. The court. Who works at housing? Juror, my daughter. The court. Your daughter. Okay. Juror, my son graduate from computer science last year. He going to start a new job very soon. The court. He has not started the job yet? Juror, no. He's not yet. Yeah, he's waiting for it. The court, okay. And do you like any types of books or magazines or websites? Juror, yes, I do a lot of books about children mostly because I'm a teacher. So usually I read those books, and yeah. The court, how do you spend your spare time? Juror, listening to music. I like some documentary on TV, scientific documentaries. The court, and is there anything that would prevent you from being a fair and impartial juror in this case? Page 205. Juror, no. The court, okay. I'd like to go to number 5. Please state your number. Juror, number 5. The court, your county of residence. Juror, Manhattan. The court, and your neighborhood during the last 5 years? Juror, Harlem. City College area. The court, how far did you go in school? Juror, some college. The court, and what were you studying? Juror, sociology. The court, your current job? Juror, executive assistant. The court, and you've held that for the last 5 years? Juror, 10 years now. The court, and are you married or in a significant relationship? Juror, single. 2 kids. The court, are there any adult members of the household who work? Juror, yes. Son just graduated Saturday, this past Saturday. Page 206. The court, congratulations. Juror, thank you. Oldest one lives in Virginia, so no. And then 2 parents. The court, so you said the son who just graduated. Juror, he has not started any job yet. The court, no job. Juror, just came home. The court, and your parents, are they working? Juror, they both are retired. School teachers. The court, and then somebody in Virginia? Juror, yeah, my oldest son. The court, he works? Juror, yes. The court, what does he do? Juror, he's an economist and banking. The court, do you like to read any types of books, magazines? Juror, nope. The court, websites? Juror, no. The court, any clubs or organizations? Juror, yes. The court, what's that? Juror, so I have Nkoga, Ph, Okwagminfiku, Ph, Okisika, Ph. Page 207. The court, Could you tell me what those organizations do? Juror: those are all either nonprofit. Well, all of them are nonprofit, but they based on, from the origin from Ghana, West Africa. And so they are all. Either one is national. Well, two of them are national-based and one is local. The court: and what is the purpose of the organizations? Juror: well, it's more for cultural-based. It's more cultural-based. The court: got it. How do you spend your spare time? Juror: either working with those organizations, helping out, and youth, with the youth. The court: helping out youth? Juror: The court: is there anything that would prevent you from being a fair and impartial juror? Juror: no. The court: we'll come back to juror number 2. How long have you been in the job that you have? Juror: 2 years now as of May. The court: and what did you do before that? Juror: I graduated in 2021, and I didn't do anything until I got this job in 2022. Page 208. The court: and number 4, how long have you been at your job? Juror: since 2005. The court: okay. Juror: close to 20 years now. The court: all righty. I am now going to juror number 7. If you would please state your number, your county of residence, and your neighborhood during the last 5 years. Juror: Manhattan, Hell's Kitchen. The court: and what is your number? Juror: number 7. The court: okay. How far did you go in school? Juror: bachelor's. The court: and what was the subject matter? Juror: liberal arts. The court: your current job? Juror: HR director. The court: and have you been doing that for the last 5 years? Juror: for over 25 years. The court: are you married or in a significant relationship? Juror: married. Page 209. The court: what does your spouse do for a living? Juror: he retired from the NYPD. The court: and was he an officer at the NYPD? Juror: he was a detective. The court: a detective. And I expect that there will be law enforcement witnesses in this case. Would you be able to judge their testimony in the same way that you would judge the testimony of any other witness? Juror: yes. The court: would you tend to have a bias in favor of a law enforcement witness? Juror: no. The court: would you have a bias against a law enforcement witness? Juror: no. The court: is there anything about your husband's job, former job, that would prevent you from being fair and impartial in this case? Juror: maybe. Because I hear him all the time talking about, the news. And I'm listening to opinions. The court: all right. So many people express opinions one way or the other. And, of course, sometimes you have different opinions from your husband. Page 210. Juror: correct. The court: and so my question is, can you put aside his opinions and treat both sides in this case fairly? Juror: yes. The court: do you think that because your husband was in law enforcement, that will give you a bias in favor of the prosecution? Juror: no. The court: would you have a bias against the prosecution? Juror: no. The court: would you be in favor of the defendant? Juror: I don't know. The court: would you be against the defendant? Juror: yes. The court: so, are you saying that you have a bias against the defendant? Juror: repeat it. The court: in other words, do you come into this courtroom already with feelings against the defendant? Juror: to be perfectly honest, yes, because I've experienced. The court: so the question is, can you put aside any previous experiences that you may have and come into the courtroom with an open mind, listen to the witness testimony, evaluate the documentary evidence, listen to my instructions on the law, and be a fair and impartial juror? Page 211. Juror: yes. The court: are there any other adults in the household who work? Juror: my son. The court: and what does he do? Juror, he's a paraprofessional. The court, in what? Juror, Department of Education. The court, do you like to read any types of books or magazines? Juror, just some basically health books of the mind and the body. The court, anything on the web that you like to read? Juror, Finance. The court, and are you belonging to any clubs or organizations? Juror, no. The court, how do you spend your spare time? Juror, unfortunately, watching Netflix. The court, is there anything that would prevent you from being a fair and impartial juror in this case? Juror, no. The court, all righty. If you would pass the microphone to number 8, would you state your number, county of residence, and neighborhood over the last 5 years? Page 212. Juror, number 8. Number 8. The court, and what county do you live in? Juror, Bronx. The court, and you've been there for at least 5 years? Juror, yes. The court, and what neighborhood of the Bronx? What section of the Bronx? Juror, Allerton. The court, Allerton. How far did you go in school? Juror, school? The court, yes. Juror, I was before 10 years only for language. The court, are you having any difficulty understanding my questions? Juror, yes, but I have. Here I have 11 years. The court, okay. Juror, but I don't have any school here. The court, no schooling here. Where did you go to school? Juror, in my country. Page 213. The court, and where is that? Juror, Albania. The court, in Albania you went to school. Okay. What is your job? Juror, porter. The court, and have you been doing that for 5 years? Juror, yes. The court, are you married or in a significant relationship? Juror, married. The court, and what does your spouse do for a living? Do you have a wife? Juror, yes. We work together, same place. The court, same place. And other people in your home, do you have any other people that have a job? Juror, my daughter. Only my daughter. The court, your daughter? What does she do? Juror, nothing. The court, how old is your daughter? Juror, 30. The court, 30? Juror, 30. The court, okay. Page 214. Juror, she is disabled. The court, she's disabled. I see. So she can't work. Juror, no. The court, no. Okay. Do you like any type of reading? Juror, only I watch TV and... The court, you like TV. Okay. And do you have membership in any clubs? Juror, no. The court, and is there anything that would prevent you from being a fair and impartial juror? Juror, no. The court, okay. If you would pass the microphone to number 10. If you would say your number. Juror, 10, number 10. The court, and your county of residence and neighborhood. Juror, Westchester County, Valhalla. The court, how far did you go in school? Juror, master's degree. The court, in what subject? Juror, business management leadership. The court, and your current job? Page 215. Juror, director of real estate and property management. The court, and have you been doing that for at least 5 years? Juror, yes. The court, are you married or in a significant relationship? Juror, I am married. The court, and your spouse, what does that person do for a living? Juror, she's a homemaker. She's a homemaker. The court, homemaker. Okay. Any other adults in the household who work? Juror, no. The court, do you like any type of reading? Juror, before children, yes. Well, I guess different reading now, yes. The court, so what type of reading do you do now? Juror, a lot of children's books. Grumpy Monkey mostly. The court, any clubs or organizations? Juror, no. The court, how do you spend your spare time? Juror, children, driving them around, taking them to sports and things like that. Page 216. The court, is there anything that would prevent you from being a fair and impartial juror in this case? Juror, no. The court, if you would pass the microphone to number 11. If you'd state your number, please. Juror, 11. The court, and your county of residence. Juror, Bronx County for about 17 years. The court, and your neighborhood. Juror, Riverdale. The court, how far did you go in school? Juror, bachelor's in mass communications. The court, and your current job. Juror, I'm an event planner. The court, and you've been doing that for the last 5 years? Juror, yes. The court, are you married or in a significant relationship? Juror, in a significant relationship. The court, and your significant other, what does that person do for a living? Juror, he's a machine operator at LaGuardia and JFK airports. Page 217. The court, anybody else in your household who works? Juror, none. The court, any type of reading you like? Juror, not particularly, no. I mainly focus on social media. The court, any clubs or organizations? Juror, none. The court, how do you spend your spare time? Juror, I'm a singer. I do weddings and parties. The court, is there anything that would prevent you from being a fair and impartial juror in this case? Juror, none, Judge. The court, if you could pass the microphone to number 12. Would you please state your number, your county of residence, and your neighborhood? Juror, 12. And it's Manhattan, Murray Hill. The court, how far did you go in school? Juror, bachelor's of business. The court, your current job? Juror, vice president of investor relations. The court, and have you been doing that for at least the last 5 years? Juror, no, 6 months. The court, and before that? Page 218. Juror, I was a stock analyst at a bank for 9 years. The court, and are you married or in a significant relationship? Juror, yes. The court, and your significant other, what does that person do for a living? Juror, she is head of human resources for a bank. The court, any other adults in your household who work? Juror, no. The court, do you like any type of reading? Juror, Wall Street Journal. The court, are you involved in clubs or organizations? Juror, no. The court, how do you spend your spare time? Juror, I don't have much spare time really. I work a lot and so maybe travel, but that's about it. Nothing too exciting. The court, is there anything that would prevent you from being a fair and impartial juror in this case? Juror, no. The court, okay. If you could please pass the microphone to number 14. Page 219. Juror, he's not here. The court, he's not here? Okay. Then to number 15. If you would state your number. Juror, number 15. Manhattan, Manhattan Valley. The court, and you've been there for the last 5 years? Juror, yes. The court, how far did you go in school? Juror, Masters of Business Administration. The court, your current job? Juror, SVP of Marketing and Fundraising. The court, what type of setting? Juror, healthcare. Nonprofit. The court, and you've been doing that for 5 years? Juror, yes. The court, are you married or in a significant relationship? Juror, married. The court, and your spouse, what does that person do for a living? Juror, he's a medical receptionist. The court, did you say medical receptionist? Juror, correct. The court, any other adults in the house who work? Page 220. Juror, no. The court, do you like any type of reading? Juror, yeah. I like mysteries. I read the New York Times if I have time, BBC. The court, any clubs or organizations? Juror, No. The court. How do you spend your spare time? Juror. Travel. I love the theater. Enjoying New York. The court. Is there anything that would prevent you from being a fair and impartial juror in this case? Juror. No. The court. If you would please hand the microphone to number 29. I'm sorry. Yeah, number 29. Number 34. Please state your number, your county of residence, and your neighborhood during the last 5 years. Juror. Number 34. Bronx. Pelham Bay. The court. How far did you go in school? Juror. Bachelor's. The court. What subject? Juror. Economics. The court. What is your job of the last 5 years? Juror. Well, I just became a director 8 months ago. Before that, I was an administrative manager for the Department of Housing, Preservation, and Development. Page 221. The court. If you could speak up into the microphone. You said you were a director? Juror. I am currently. The court. You're currently a director of what? Juror. Of HPD, Housing, Preservation, and Development. The court. And you used to do what? Juror. I was an admin manager before that. The court. And that accounts for the last 5 years? Juror. Yeah. The court. Are you married or in a significant relationship? Juror. Significant relationship. The court. And your significant other. What does that person do for a living? Juror. He's retired. The court. What did he used to do? Juror. Construction. The court. Are there any other adults in the household who work? Juror. No. The court. Do you like any type of reading? Juror. Novels, romantic. The court. Okay. I want you to keep your voice up. You said you like novels? Juror. Romantic novels. Page 222. The court. Romance novels. Okay. Any clubs or organizations? Juror. No. The court. Your spare time? Juror. Puzzles. Spend with my family. The court. Is there anything that would prevent you from being a fair and impartial juror in this case? Juror. No. The court. Please go to number 49. If you would state your number, your county, and your neighborhood. Juror. 49. Manhattan, East Village. The court. You've been there for the last 5 years? Juror. Yes. The court. How far did you go in school? Juror. High school. The court. What is your job? Juror. Porter. The court. Water? Juror. Porter. Like a janitor. The court. Porter. Are you married or in a significant relationship? Juror. No. The court. Are there other people in your house who work? Page 223. Juror. No. The court. Do you like any type of books or magazines or the websites? Juror. Sports, religion, and stuff. The court. Are you involved in clubs or organizations? Juror. No. The court. How do you spend your spare time? Juror. Hanging out with family. The court. Is there anything that would prevent you from being a fair and impartial juror in this case? Juror. No. The court. If you would please hand the mic to number 51. If you would state your number, your county of residence, and neighborhood of the last 5 years. Juror. Number is 51. I live in Brooklyn, Greenpoint, Brooklyn. The court. How long have you been living in Brooklyn? Juror. Since September. The court. Counsel. Would you step up, please? At sidebar. The court. So it's my understanding that a Brooklyn resident is not qualified to be a juror in the S.D.N.Y, correct? Page 224. Ms. Schroff. Yes, Your Honor. The court. So I will dismiss her. I'll just move on to the next person. Okay. In open court. The court. If you would pass the microphone to number 58. Juror. 58. The court. And your county of residence and neighborhood during the last 5 years? Juror. Westchester County, New Rochelle. The court. how far did you go in school? Juror, I have my doctorate. The court, in what subject? Juror, physical therapy. The court, and you've been doing physical therapy for the last 5 years? Juror, yes. The court, are you married or in a significant relationship? Juror, yes. The court, and your significant other, what does that person do? Juror, they are a mechanic. Mechanic. The court, mechanic. Are there other adults in the house who work? Page 225. Juror, no. The court, do you like any type of reading? Juror, mostly business magazines. The court, any clubs or organizations? Juror, no. The court, your spare time? Juror, I volunteer at the Humane Society. The court, is there anything that would prevent you from being a fair and impartial juror in this case? Juror, no. The court, all righty. If you would please pass the microphone to number 69. Juror, number 69. The court, your county? Juror, Rockland County, Congers. The court, I'm sorry. Oh, there you are. Rockland County in Congers. And you've been there for at least the last 5 years? Juror, yes. The court, and how far did you go in school? Juror, 3 years college. The court, what subject? Juror, engineering and computer science. The court, your current job? Juror, I am an associate director of a facilities department. Page 226. The court, associate director. What type of facility? Juror, it's a pharmaceutical manufacturing facility. The court, are you married or in a significant relationship? Juror, I am married. The court, and your spouse, what does that person do for a living? Juror, she's an accountant. The court, are there other adults in the house who work? Juror, no. The court, do you like any type of reading? Juror, yes, I do. I read engineering and science books mostly. The court, any clubs or organizations? Juror, I belong to a boat club and I also belong to some religious ministries. The court, in your spare time? Juror, the ministries and the book club. The court, is there anything that would prevent you from being a fair and impartial juror in this case? Juror, no. The court, please pass the mic to number 70. Page 227. And if you would state your number, your county of residence, and neighborhood over the last 5 years. Juror, number 70. Lower East Side. The court, and you've been there for the last 5 years? Juror, yes. The court, and how far did you go in school? Juror, I dropped out in high school and I'm in college now. The court, so you got a GED? Juror, yeah. The court, great. And what are you studying now? Juror, liberal arts. The court, and your current job? Juror, maintenance. And I own 2 online stores. The court, what do you sell? Juror, vitamins, my own product vitamins, and clothing. The court, are you married or in a significant relationship? Juror, yes, married. The court, and your spouse, what does that person do for a living? Juror, she's a teacher assistant. The court, anybody else in the household who works? Page 228. Juror, no. The court, do you like any type of reading? Juror, Stephen King. The court, any clubs or organizations? Juror, no. The court, your spare time? Juror, just with my store and my kids. The court, is there anything that would prevent you from being a fair and impartial juror in this case? Juror, no. The court, would you pass the microphone to number 73? If you'd state your number, your county of residence, and your neighborhood during the last 5 years. Juror, 73. Westchester, Yonkers. The court, you've been there for at least 5 years? Juror, yes. The court, and your current job? Juror, associate director of finance budget. The court, In what sort of a setting? Juror, I'm sorry. The court, what type of a setting do you work in? Juror, in financial, yeah. The court, okay. And you've been doing that for the last 5 years? Page 229. Juror, yes. The court, are you married or in a significant relationship? Juror, significant, long distance. The Philippines. The court, you said a significant long distant what? Juror, Philippines. In the Philippines. The court, in the Philippines. Juror, yes. The court, okay. And your significant other, does that person work? Juror, banking. The court, are there any adults in the household who work other than you? Juror, brother, a nurse assistant at St. Barnabas. The court, do you like any type of reading? Juror, financial access. The court, any clubs or organizations? Juror, none. The court, how do you spend your spare time? Juror, house chores, documentaries. The court, anything that would prevent you from being a fair and impartial juror in this case? Juror, none. The court, number 77, please. If you'd state your name, your county of residence, and neighborhood of the last 5 years. Page 230. Juror, 77. Manhattan. Central Harlem. The court, how far did you go in school? Juror, Bachelor of Science and Computer Science. The court, what is your job? Juror, I'm currently not working. The court, and how recently did you have a job? Juror, 4.5 years ago. The court, and what did you do 5.5 years ago? Juror, I was in IT in a large financial institution. The court, and how long did you have that job? Juror, 23 years. The court, are you married or in a significant relationship? Juror, significant relationship. The court, and your significant other, does that person work? Juror, no. The court, and are there any other adults in the household who work? Juror, no. The court, any type of reading that you like? Juror, spirituality, esoteric art, photography, and other things. Page 231. The court, are you involved in clubs or organizations? Juror, yes. I'm a community leader in the Atlassian user group. Atlassian is a software company. The court, I'm sorry, I am not following you. You said you were a community leader in what kind of group? Juror, it's a user group of Atlassian software. It's a collection of people that use software products by the Atlassian company. And so we plan and host events of other people that use those products. The court, how do you spend your spare time? Juror, gardening and photography. The court, is there anything that would prevent you from being a fair and impartial juror in this case? Juror, no. The court, would you pass the mic to number 78? Juror, number 78. I live in Manhattan County, been living here for a little bit over 5 years. I live now in the Upper East Side. The past 5 years, I also lived in Hell's Kitchen and Greenwich Village. The court, how far did you go in school? Juror, Bachelor's in Business Management. Continued on next page. Page 232. The court, and your current job. Juror, I work in commercial lending. I've been doing it for almost 6 years. Titles have changed, but it's the same, pretty much the same work. The court, are you married or in a significant relationship? Juror, engaged to be married, living in the same apartment. The court, congratulations. And your fiancé, what does that individual do? Juror, she's a social worker. The court, and any other adults in the household who work? Juror, no. The court, what type of reading do you like? Juror, self-help, mystery, and a little bit of news from different sources. Mainly through Google News. The court, namely through? Juror, Google News. The court, Google. Juror, yeah. The court, Any clubs or organizations? Juror: No. The court: Your spare time? Juror: Either running, reading, TV. Nothing in particular. Page 233. The court: Is there anything that would prevent you from being a fair and impartial juror in this case? Juror: No. The court: If you'd pass the mic to Juror 79, could you tell me your number, your county of residence, and neighborhood of the last 5 years? Juror: Number 79. Manhattan, Hell's Kitchen. The court: I'm having difficulty hearing you. Juror: Sorry. Number 79. Manhattan, Hell's Kitchen. The court: How far did you go in school? Juror: Bachelor's of Science. The court: And your current job? Juror: I'm a portfolio manager. The court: I'm sorry, I didn't get that. Juror: Portfolio manager. The court: And you've been doing that for the last 5 years? Juror: Basically the same, different titles. The court: Are you married or in a significant relationship? Juror: Significant relationship. The court: And your significant other, what does that person do for a living? Juror: She's an attorney. Page 234. The court: What sort of law does she practice? Juror: Bankruptcy restructuring. The court: So would you be able to put aside anything that you have learned about bankruptcy law, bankruptcy proceedings, and only follow the evidence that you hear in this case? Juror: Yes. The court: Do you like any type of reading? Juror: Science fiction. Whatever the Hudson News has when I'm about to travel. The court: Science fiction. And did you say travel? Juror: Like whatever the Hudson News has before I. The court: I'm sorry, I'm having trouble hearing you, sir. If you would please speak up. Juror: Sorry. It's whatever the bookstore has available before I get on a flight. The court: If you could speak louder and slower. Juror: Whatever the bookstore has before I get on a flight. So really anything. The court: And are there any other adults in your household who work? Juror: No. The court: Are you involved in clubs or organizations? Juror: Yeah, Jacques Pepin Foundation. Page 235. The court: What is that? Juror: Well, he's a TV chef and the organization writes grants to smaller nonprofits that train people on culinary or professional skills. The court: How do you spend your spare time? Juror: Video games, cooking. The court: Video games and what? Juror: Cooking. The court: Cooking. Is there anything that would prevent you from being a fair and impartial juror in this case? Juror: No. The court: Would you pass the mic to number 81, please? Juror: Number 81. From Westchester County, New Rochelle. The court: And you've been there for at least 5 years? Juror: Yes. The court: How far did you go in school? Juror: Master's in Information Technology Management. The court: And your current job? Juror: I'm a field service engineer for a medical instruments company. The court: You've been doing that for the last 5 years? Juror: Yeah. More than that. 10. I'm also a member of Air Force Reserves. Page 236. The court: You're also a member of the Air Force Reserves? Juror: Yes. The court: Are you married or in a significant relationship? Juror: Married. The court: And your spouse, what does that person do for a living? Juror: She works in retail management. The court: Do you like any type of reading? Juror: Yes. I like reading about technology, about health, and religious books, self-help. The court: Are you involved in clubs or organizations? Juror: I just help out in my church with the youth. That's it. The court: And how do you spend your spare time? Juror: I like doing outdoor stuff, hiking, running. I also like cooking and learning new things. The court: Is there anything that would prevent you from being a fair and impartial juror in this case? Juror: No. The court: Would you pass the mic to number 83, please. Juror 83. Westchester, South Salem. Page 237. The court. You've been there for the last 5 years? Juror: yes. Yes. The court. How far did you go in school? Juror: I have a PhD. The court. In what subject? Juror: English and American literature. The court. Your current job? Juror: I'm retired. I taught English at the college level. The court. And how long have you been retired? Juror: 2003. The court. And how long did you work for? Juror: 20 years. The court. Are you married or in a significant relationship? Juror: I'm married. The court. And your spouse. What does that person do for a living? Juror: He's retired. He was previously an advertising executive. The court. Do you like any type of reading? Juror: Yes. I read literary fiction. I read The New Yorker, The New York Times, The New York Review of Books, poetry. The court. And are there any adults in your house who work other than? Page 238. Juror: No. The court. Both you and you do not work, but there are no others who work in the house? Juror: No. The court. Any clubs or organizations? Juror: Yes. My local alumni club, yachting club. The court. So the yachting club and what other club? Juror: The Wellesley Alumni Club. The court. How would you describe what you do in your spare time? Juror: Sailing, gardening, yoga. I'm interested in ancestry, so I help people discover their ancestry, Italian usually. The court. And is there anything that would prevent you from being a fair and impartial juror in this case? Juror: No. The court. Would you please pass the microphone to number 88? Juror: Number 88. Manhattan, Greenwich Village. The court. And you've lived there for at least 5 years? Juror: Yes. The court. How far did you go in school? Juror: For years. Didn't graduate. Field was communications. Page 239. The court. Your current job? Juror: I am an audiobook narrator and I also work as a standardized patient at a couple of medical schools. The court. Did you say a standardized patient? Juror: Standardized patient. The court. What does that mean? Juror: I pretend to be sick so the med students can figure out what's wrong with me. The court. And this work that you've been doing as an audiobook narrator and a standardized patient, you've been doing that for the last 5 years? Juror: Yes, ma'am. The court. Are you married or in a significant relationship? Juror: No. The court. Any adults in the house other than yourself who work? Juror: No. The court. Do you like any type of reading? Juror: I like politics, the arts, music. The court. Are you involved in any clubs or organizations? Juror: I'm a member of the Screen Actors Guild and also the Musicians Union. That's about it. Page 240. The court. How do you spend your spare time? Juror: Practicing, surfing the web. The court. Practicing what? Juror: I play clarinet, sax, and flute also. The court. Is there anything that would prevent you from being a fair and impartial juror in this case? Juror: I don't believe so, no. The court. All right. This calls for a yes or no answer. Is there anything that would prevent you from being a fair and impartial juror in this case? Juror: No. The court. Please pass the mic to number 90. Juror: Number 90. Westchester County. The village of Pelham Manor. I have a Master's of Art in Teaching. I work at a cultural institute, and I'm an associate director there of education. The court. And you've been living in Pelham Manor for the last 5 years? Juror: Yes. The court. And your work at a cultural institute. You've also been doing that for at least 5 years? Juror: Yes. The court. What is your marital status? Are you married or in a significant relationship? Juror, I'm married. Page 241. The court, and your spouse. What does that person do for a living? Juror, he is head of North American sales at S&P Global, Dow Jones Indices. The court, any other adults in the household who work? Juror, no. The court, do you like any type of reading? Juror, I like to read historical fiction. The court, and any clubs or organizations? Juror, I belong to a few environmental organizations, as well as the Pelham Country Club. The court, how do you spend your spare time? Juror, playing tennis and golf and gardening. The court, is there anything that would prevent you from being a fair and impartial juror in this case? Juror, no. The court, please pass the microphone back to one of my law clerks. And counsel, I'll see you at sidebar. At the sidebar. The court, with regard to juror number 8, I don't think he is sufficiently fluent in English to serve as a juror. Is there any objection to my dismissing him? Mr. Finkel, not from the government. Page 242. Mr. cr-00118, no, Your Honor. The court, all right. So, I want to go over. Well, first of all, are there any questions that you want me to pose to any particular jurors who are left? Mr. Finkel, no, Your Honor. Mr. cr-00118, we're going to make a for cause challenge to number 7 at the time Your Honor thinks is appropriate. The court, on what grounds? Mr. cr-00118, her husband is a retired NYPD detective. Originally, when Your Honor asked her whether she was biased against the defendant, she said yes based on the conversations that I want to make sure I'm not too close. Based on conversations she had overheard with her husband and a friend, and while Your Honor asked a subsequent question, she seemed very hesitant to answer in the affirmative. And her most definitive and clear answer was that she would be biased against the defendant. Mr. Finkel, Your Honor, you followed up and asked that potential juror whether she agreed with everything her husband says, and she said no. You said, are you able to put aside opinions you may have heard from other people and decide the issues in this case based on what you hear in this courtroom? Are you biased against any of the people in this courtroom? She said no. And she said she could be a fair and impartial juror. Page 243. The court, that's right. I'm not going to dismiss her for cause. Anybody else? Mr. cr-00118, no, Your Honor. The court, okay. So I just want to go over, is there any individual that I have not gotten to? Oh, that means other than 14 and 29, who did not come back after lunch. Mr. cr-00118, oh, yeah. Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Finkel, nothing from the government. The court, all right then. Ms. Schroff, could we have one? Mr. cr-00118, was 96 addressed? Mr. Finkel, we have 96 struck, but... The court, let me see. Ms. Schroff, so, Your Honor, we would request that the court bring number 7 back and ask her if she can actually be fair and impartial in this case, because I don't think the way she answered, after a long pause and said yes, essentially, in light of her previous answer that she said she could not be fair, I would ask that the court make a last inquiry of her. The court, so I think she was rehabilitated completely, and so I am not going to pursue this any further. Juror 96 was struck. All righty. So I am going to excuse those people who have been dismissed, and those who have not, I'll have them wait and we'll go through the peremptory challenges. Page 244. Mr. Finkel, Your Honor, can I make sure we understand the peremptory system? So, is it correct that essentially the first 12 remaining jurors, whoever is last, that the defense can strike as many as they want up to 10, and after they choose those 10, whoever's left, the government can strike whichever 6, up to 6, it wants? The court, okay. So no. Ms. Schroff, no. The court, so we start in round 1, and the defense strikes whomever they decide to. Now they might take all 10, but I highly doubt it. So let's assume that they take 2. Then you're going to have a stab at the remaining 10. Mr. Finkel, okay. The court, then there's another round with the defense, and they get to strike as many as they have left, and then you get your opportunity to do the same, and we just go like that until they have eliminated all of their strikes. Mr. Finkel, I see. In groups of 12 then. The court, always in a group of 12. Mr. Finkel, okay. And sorry too. So, we will know who they're going to strike. The court, it's going to be out loud. I'm going to announce it, and it will be obvious. Page 245. Mr. Finkel, okay. Thank you. Miss Schroff, Your Honor. Mr. Ferguson, Your Honor. Oh, go ahead. Miss Schroff, okay. So, Your Honor, 2 things. One is, does the defense go first each time, or do we rotate? We go first and then they go. The court, the defense goes first every time. Miss Schroff, okay. And 2, Your Honor, we do need to talk to the client before we exercise the peremptories. So you're not going to make me do it tonight? The court, oh no. We are doing it today. If you want to talk to your client, then he's sitting right next to you. Miss Schroff, I just didn't know. I thought we ended at 5. The court, it's not 5 yet. Miss Schroff, it's past 5. The court, I'm sorry. I read my clock wrong. So forgive me for that. We're going to have to come back tomorrow. Miss Schroff, okay. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. cr-00118, I was just going to ask a numbers question. Do we have the count of non-struck jurors? I wasn't sure if there was enough. Page 246. Ms. Murray, 21, 23 with the 2 who didn't come back from lunch. So if they come back and they do the individual tomorrow, it would be 23, but right now there are 21. Mr. cr-00118, is that enough? Do we need more? The court, well, we can go with the ones that we have, and then we're going to bring up another bunch. Mr. cr-00118, okay. That's what I wasn't sure, Your Honor. If you wanted to do that first, bring up the others first. The court, I want to do this group first. Miss Schroff, all right. Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Finkel, Your Honor, just a logistical point. So it appears we're going to be finished with jury selection tomorrow. We'll go right into witnesses. We flew in witnesses from out of state. We expect to be going. We're ready. And we just want to make sure that expectation is correct and not wrong. Miss Schroff, are we sitting this Friday? Mr. Finkel, yes. The court, remember I said we're on Fridays. Miss Schroff, no. I thought there was some disagreement this morning. That's why I'm asking. The court, yeah. We're going to go. Mr. Finkel, thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Ferguson, Your Honor, I'm sorry. I just wanted to make sure I understood the peremptories. So, in your hypothetical, we had 12, defense struck 2, and suppose we didn't strike any. Are those 10 people on the jury? Page 247. The court, they're on the jury. Mr. Ferguson, got it. The court, if you don't strike any, then we're just going to add another couple and you're going to be then dealing with those 2. Exactly. Mr. Finkel, oh, okay. The court, yes. Ms. Schroff, Your Honor, if you could excuse me at 1 o'clock tomorrow for 10 minutes. The court, yes. Absolutely. The court, all right. The jurors are going to be housed in 26A when they come back tomorrow morning. Okay. Mr. cr-00118, thank you, Your Honor. In open court. The court, all right then. At this time, Mr. Steinberg is going to read a list of those individuals who are being excused from jury service. The law clerk. Number 80, number 75, number 89, number 96, number 82, number 84, number 85, number 86, number 98, number 99, number 100, number 33, number 3, number 52, number 76, number 40, number 42, number 47, number 60, number 16, number 46, number 94, number 95, number 22, number 51, number 8. Those are the jurors who are excused. The rest of the jurors, please return tomorrow. Page 248. Those who I just named or listed, you may leave now. We thank you for your jury service today. The rest, please remain here. The court. Those of you who are remaining in the courtroom, you must come back to the courthouse tomorrow and be in the hallway ready to go into courtroom 26A, which is a different courtroom from this. Courtroom 26A at 9 a.m. sharp. Remember that you're not allowed to discuss the case amongst yourselves or with anyone else. Don't permit anyone to discuss the case in your presence. And also remember that the attorneys are not allowed to have any contact with you, so don't hold it against them if they don't acknowledge you if you see them. So have a good evening, and I will see you tomorrow at 9 a.m. Miss Schroff, Your Honor, I'm sorry. May we just have a quick sidebar for a moment? The court. Yes. At the sidebar. Miss Schroff. Maybe I missed it, but there is a juror who is sitting there who was. I don't think he was ever questioned, right? I think he's a late return. Mr. Finkel. Wait a minute. The court. Wait 1 second. Which number is it? Page 249. Miss Schroff. I don't know his number. He's the young man who's sitting there. I think your law clerk knows. The law clerk. 29. He came back late. He was one of the ones who we were going to question tomorrow. The court. He'll have to come in with the remaining 75. Mr. Finkel. What is the issue? I'm sorry. I missed it. Miss Schroff. He wasn't questioned. Juror number 29. That's all. The court. Okay. I wanted to clarify something also about the jury selection. It's in groups of 12. I just want to make sure that everybody understands it. The first round is a group of 12. The second round is a group of 12. Okay. Ms. Murray, just one logistical question. If we do impanel a jury tomorrow at some point before the 2:45, which would be a typical trial day cutoff, do we expect to sit a full day until 5 and go straight into openings, or would you envision that once the jury is impaneled, we go back to the court's typical trial day schedule? The court. So I just don't think that we're going to finish in time to get started with openings. So I'll say we'll finish with jury selection tomorrow and then open on the following day. Mr. Finkel. So we won't have any witnesses until Friday. Page 250. The court. Understood. Mr. Finkel. Thank you, Your Honor. Miss Schroff. Thank you, Your Honor. In open court. The court. All right then. So tomorrow morning, 26A, 9 a.m. Have a good evening. Jury Venire not present. The court. So in my eagerness to push through, I lost track of the time. You shouldn't hesitate to ask for a sidebar to address that. All right. See you tomorrow. All counsel. Thank you, Your Honor. Adjourned to May 23, 2024 at 9 a.m.